It was a good schedule, so I was happy to come out for it.
Not bad for a guy who failed his road test 5 times, right? Hi, welcome to the APT Manila Golf Tournament. As with any APT golf tournament, the day starts early in the morning at your hotel lobby, where a shuttle will pick you up and take you directly to the golf course. Today we're at the beautiful Manila Southwoods Golf and Country Club. Come on, Christy, let's go. They're teeing off. This must be Michael Soiza's ride. Victor Chong, is that you? Let's go!
I've always believed in, players having fun beyond poker. Being able to create, somewhat of a family environment for the love of the owners as well. They love the game as much as I do.
We're really fucking joking in front of the cameras now.
The guys that are playing this, we do it class A, B, and C, and we give trophies even for the most exercise and stuff like that. So guys shooting 127, 110, they're still, having a lot of fun. I'm gonna go straight into some prizes here. Tom won the most exercise. The best golfer. Give it up for Rolando. Runner-up of Class C. It's gonna be Johan Paredes. He played his heart out today. Daryl Chu. Class B was really tough to calculate. Tom was Class B champion. Lester had 3 pars, and I had 7 pars. So sorry, Lester. Class A. And guys, this is for the runner-up. Here you go, Jordan. Runner-up.
The APT is back in Manila for the first time in 2 years, and we're currently in the midst of our APT Manila main event. 100 million Filipino pesos in the prize pool, 18 million to first, 1,081 entries, and we are just moments away from the money bubble.
On jit, still on jit. Okay, ready, gimbal.
All right, Bear. Excuse me, guys. Let's just see the river. Nines, and he's going to double up. River card. 10. 10's full of queens for the double up. We got a classic race here. 7 of spades, 7 of diamonds for the all-in. Ace of spades, 10 of clubs. Dealer, let's see what happens. Flop, please. I see 10, 4, 6. 10's made on the flop. For the caller. River card. It's a 9 of clubs. All right, everybody. That pops the APT Manila main event bubble.
Mr. Mendoza, you survived the bubble. What does it mean to have made it into the money of APT Manila?
Oh, I'm so glad. I played for 12 hours yesterday, didn't sleep. I'm glad I survived.
I'm Daniel, I'm from San Francisco. I'm just very happy. I started with like 94K, back 500K, so.
I can still play maybe a few more hours, but okay, I'll take it and then just play the side. I'm still like pumped up.
Min Sung Lee from Korea, you've made it into the money of the APT Manila main event.
It's always pretty good to have a cash in a big event like this because I really love the APT. Last time I was in Taipei and I'm gonna go to Fukuoka as well, so.
What do you like about the APT?
Everything. The atmosphere, you, the photographs, the stuff, the events is so great.
Tom from the Netherlands.
Had a great run. I bagged the chip late for Flight 1D. The dream is alive.
And what would you say is the dream?
Well, the dream is standing there in a couple days with the Golden Lion.
I hear you've made it into the money of the APT Manila main event, but you didn't play live today, here, or yesterday. How did you do it?
Managed to qualify through online, direct ITM. That's what matters most first, yeah.
Want to catch all of the action of our APT Manila main event? Check out our live streams featuring world-class graphics and commentary live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Elfin, what do you look for in a vacation?
The most important thing, of course, poker.
Okay.
And I need the sun, beach, and good food.
Wow, you asked for a lot for your vacations. Oh! Phu
Where?
Quoc. You know, my third APT was at Phu Quoc, you know?
Wow.
It was great. And we were at this beautiful Corona Resorts. Oh, and Phu Quoc's known for its beaches. Really nice sandy beaches, just horizon for days. Well, Elfin, you're in luck. APT is going to Phu Quoc next week, November 8th to November 17th.
I also bring the 10 of bikini come here. Bikini!
Oh, you brought 10 bikinis to Phu Quoc.
Yes.
Nice. I brought 12.
We're so ready to go Phu Quoc. Phu Quoc, I'm coming!
All in and a call once again.
Ron Matsuda all in for his tournament life with Ace 8 versus Pocket King. The river is the 4 of diamonds, and William Teo is your APT Super High Roller Champion!
I'm very excited, very happy to be in this field. I always dream about this. It's mine. I have 2 little lions at home, but I think it's now time to bring a new partner with them, for them already. APT is always a dream for us. Getting a big lion is a dream for, I think, every Asian poker player. After achieving this silver lion, that's actually a symbol for us to go for the next step, maybe go out of Asia. Poker, you need to keep communicate with friends, player. I believe by doing more communications, you will learn, because sometimes you alone doesn't discover certain strategy. Poker is an information game. By talking to people, especially your own communities, your own friends, it helps to achieve certain achievement. Yeah. The new era has brought APT from ordinary tournament to a very prestigious tournament. It's an honor to participate and to get a trophy of APT. Thank you for all the supports from the friends, and also I would like to thank one of my Malaysia young players, Sean, and a few Chinese players, which they give us a lot of good advice. Even when I was playing, they keep on texting, you do this, then do that to them. They cares about team working and team building. They coach us a lot, so would like to take this opportunity to thank them.
Window.
It was a pretty tough turnout. All very good players. Just happened to be me that ran the best.
Oh no! Joseph Chong flops top 2. And that is it for Mike.
Honestly, having him around would have been easier, because then I would have chipped down them, but it gave me a big lead. And then heads up, I feel comfortable playing heads up, so. These high roller fields, when everyone knows each other, it just becomes a very friendly game. Way more talking than other tournaments.
If you win, you'll buy my lunch? Deal.
He offered to buy me lunch if he won, and I had like an 8-1 chip lead, so I wish I didn't offer that back. He's gonna get a cheap lunch, maybe Jollibee or something. You know, I think Asia's gotten a lot bigger. Poker used to be a lot bigger in America, but there's less and less stops. I mean, obviously the World Series is great, but I think Asia's kind of booming right now. I bagged a big stack in the main event here, so hopefully I win that. I like the big lion trophy, so I want one of those.
How are you feeling right now?
My back hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah. My name is Marco Espela. I'm a cash game grinder, but recently I've been playing a lot of tournaments. I was optimistic after the first day. I was chip leader in Flight C. Some players that I know said, it's yours, it's yours. It's long due because I've been playing for a long time and haven't really won a tournament before. So I think my hand mob was like 20,000 USD and this would, almost double, yeah. During the first few levels heads up, the people around us were like suggesting to do an ICM and she was really like getting the momentum. So I like, okay, it's fine. I'll do the ICM. I had like an open-ended straight draw. She went all in with Jack high. The board was like ace 4-7. I could have just gone and she would have folded and maybe the ICM didn't happen. Yeah, she had Jack 9. The board was like ace 7-4. Well, winning this event definitely feels a sense of pride as a Filipino. And especially playing here in the Philippines, representing our countrymen, poker players. So I feel really good about it. To all the people that supported and believed in me, I'm gonna try to mention most of you, but if you don't hear your name, please don't be, wag kayong magtampo. So si Mad, si Rainiel, si Yurid, basically the Rivera brothers, really been good to me. Bam, Mike Takayama, those are people that I admire in this industry. Thank you so much for believing in me and supporting in me. This is it. Finally, I got my first trophy for APT. Hopefully more.
Hey you, wanna win some APT free mark?
Try on some merchandise. Strike your most...
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome to APT Manila 2024. This is the day. We are talking about the main event final table. We are down to the final 9 players. We are down to the final 9 players, and they are going to play out until one of these lucky people will take home that beautiful Lion Trophy and over 300,000 American dollars. I'm Stephen Lai. I've been joined by Sam Inso. How are you, Sam?
I'm doing fantastic, Steven. Like you said, it's the final day, the final table. 1,081 entrants, 1,072 knocked out, and we're down to the final 9. One person will take home the 307,000 and the gold Mega Lion. And
oh, did I forget to say the 7,000? I'm sorry.
It's just change at this point, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. We actually have quite a few newcomers to like the poker scene. Mook Batar from Mongolia is about $1,000 on his Hendon Mob, so a brand new player to the poker live scene. And also, if he wins this, he will almost be #1 on the Mongolia all-time money list. I think it'll be the greatest boon to Mongolian poker ever.
That is incredible. Did he play the Mongolia Cup too?
No, he did not.
Okay, so wow, there you go. I was gonna say it's like a crazy Chris money maker thing, you know, from 300 to 300,000 kind of thing. But
he
this
might have
fairy tale
satellited
hasn't quite been written.
No. But we also have,
also there are a few other notables at the table. That's Vincent Huang from New Zealand. He's a absolute regular at the APT circuit. I've seen his name knocking about, and also some local heroes in the shape of Ferdinand Liu and John Nico Constantino.
Yeah, John was playing very well yesterday, and Liu looked so relaxed all day. He looked like he was, I don't know, just another day for him. Nothing special.
You know,
my
wife often says when poker players play poker, they like, you know, she'll watch it on YouTube, and then she thinks we all have some sort of out-of-body experience, you know? It's just
what?
Like, you know, yeah. Well, apparently, according to her, we all look like we are just kind of not really there. You know, our spirit is somewhere else. It's separated from our bodies. It's really weird. Anyway, so one of these 9 players will join this prestigious list of winners of the main event. I think there are some notables here as well. Punat Punsri in 2023 Taipei, And also another one that, Ogita, I remember very well.
Yeah.
Taipei 2024. Liu Xinxiang, who won 2 WSOP bracelets in the summer. He won the Jeju event and he made a massive statement about making China a great poker nation. And he just went to Vegas after that and won 2 bracelets. So well done to him. And of course, right front and center, that's Rene from Germany. I call him the accidental champion. He was on holiday in Taipei and jumped into the main event. And, 5 days later, he took home a Golden Lion trophy.
Yeah, how about that? Here we have the main ballroom. And also, going back to Leo, I remember in his post-game interview, he said winning a Mega Lion was on his list, and he thought it would take him 10 years. And then he set himself another goal to win a WSOP bracelet, which he gave himself 20 years to do. And then goes and wins 2 that summer.
Easy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, has had an incredible year. Surprised to not see him. And also, kind of missing Ogita. Very fun play style. But we haven't seen him in Taipei or Manila. Hopefully we see him in Fukuoka, though, as the very, very entertaining player, jumps in all the events. And also a very solid mixed game player as well.
Oh, I think mixed game is the it's the fashionable thing to play these days. I was speaking to a Taiwanese players, and he told me he took down 4 mixed game trophies. 4 mixed game trophies. How does that work?
APT Manila main event. We started with 1,081 entries, and we are now down to the final 9 players. 100 million in the prize pool, 18 million up top, and of course, they'll be taking home my friend Mustafa, the main event APT Lion Trophy. Let's go ahead and meet our players. In seat number 9, coming in with 1.8 million total lifetime earnings, 3.2 million in chips, it is New Zealand's Vincent Huang. And in seat number 8 from South Africa, please give it up for Edgar Antizana. Edgar's coming in with 5.8 million in chips and has 500,000 total lifetime earnings. And now coming in seat number 7 is South Korea's Kim Jae-jun, rocking the yellow Fanta sweatshirt. And coming in as our chip short stack with 3 million in chips, 25 big blinds. Seat number 6, it is China's Mao Renji. Mr. Mao is no stranger to the APT, coming in with 918,000 total lifetime earnings and a bracelet, 4.6 million in chips. Next, we've got seat number 5. Seat number 4? Seat number 5. South Korea's Kim Gab-young. 5.8 million in chips. Largest total lifetime earnings on the table, $3 million on Hand and Mob. In seat number 4, a crowd favorite from the Philippines, is Ferdinand Liu. Welcome, Ferdinand. 3.8 million in chips, 121,000 total lifetime earnings. And the men from the Philippines don't stop. Seat number 3 is John Constantiano. 21,000 total lifetime earnings, 4.6 million in chips. Seat number 2, the chip leader from the US of A, it is Daniel Lee. Whopping 6.6 million in chips, 100,000 total lifetime earnings on Hand and Mob. And last but not least, representing the Mongolian flag, 5 million chips, it is Sanda. Folks, please give it up one more time for your APT main event. Final table, shuffle up and deal.
Thank you, Greg. That was a great introduction. Wow, look at that jumper. That Fanta orange jumper. Doesn't he look sharp? Here's one for you, Greg. Here's one for you, Sam. Okay, so when I drink alcohol, people call me an alcoholic. So what do they call me when I drink Fanta?
Fanatic?
Fantastic. Woohoo!
Oh dear.
Sorry. Anyway, so we are down to the final 9 players, and they are all ready to battle it out today. We are going to play down to a winner. So far, I think I always like the way Vincent Huang kind of holds himself together at the table. He always looks really like cool and collected. Who do you like in terms of posture and kind of general aura?
Let me think. Daniel Lee's very calm. I like the way Renji plays. It reminds me of like a young Elton Sang.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
How do you know anything about young Elton Zhang? I actually played against a young Elton Zhang.
Did you really?
Yeah, 5'10" Hong Kong.
Wow.
Seriously.
Ages ago. So
Ages
Elton
ago.
actually grew up where I grew up. And I have some coworkers that went to school with him.
Right.
Yeah, so I told this story yesterday, but I'll tell you as well. So my friend had a layover somewhere in, I think, Hong Kong or China, and Elton said, hey, I'm also over here. Why don't you come over for a few hours on your layover? So he goes over, he has a driver, picks him up. They go to the penthouse, and inside is Elton Zhang, Phil Ivey, and Tom Dwan. And they're just playing three-handed. And he asks if he wants to buy him in. He'll stake him for this three-handed cash game for whatever stakes they're playing. And yeah, that's it.
I think you told me that story before.
Oh. Well, there you go. Now, also, for this table, there's no real short stack. The biggest stack is only twice the amount as the shortest stack. The shortest stack's 25 big blinds, which is not even less than half the average. So there's no clear-cut runaway winner, and there's no clear-cut short stack right now. There's not too much ICM pressure that the biggest stack can apply, as losing 25 big blinds puts you as the shortest stack. So everyone is feeling the pinch right now.
Well, the two short stacks are not so short that, there's no fold equity, right? So
yeah,
you are absolutely right. It's going to be interesting. I'm expecting a lot of Filipino viewers today cheering their local heroes on.
Of course. I think Mongolia was very active in the chat yesterday, and South Korea as well.
Oh yeah, the Sentinel. Yes, he is a big Korean supporter.
Yes, yes.
Hello, Sky's the Limit. How are you today?
Wow, look at that. 250 of you joining us already to kick us off. Hey, guys, throw us down a like. Let's get the chat nice and busy. Let's get some more viewership. And let's just go crazy today. Let's have some fun. This is Mukbatar from Mongolia, raising it up 240,000 in +3. Daniel Liu, the king 8 of spades. Looks like he's going to get aggressive with it. Good to see. 700,000 into the middle. No game over. We're still here. Here it goes.
Oh, yep, we're back.
Oh, the 4-bet coming in just in time. Look at that. Turning his ace-queen into a bluff. Oh my goodness, I love this. 1.8 mil. It's a little bit big. I think off of 700K to 1.8 is how much? 1.4. Oh no, it's 2.5x. Beautiful. That is
legitimate.
beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, it's really good to see someone going for it on a final table. Like, the pay ladders is going to mean a lot to him, considering he's got 1,000 on his hand and mob. I don't obviously know his financial situation, but in terms of poker results, beautiful pickup there. 6 million in his stack. Well done, Mukbatar. Is it safe to call him an amateur anymore after that? That was, look at him, chip leading a final table at the APT main event. Made it look easy.
I saw a lot of his play yesterday, actually, covering the day 4 on the Cantonese stream. And he was playing pretty ABC, but a little bit heavy-handed. But that 4-bet was perfect.
Yeah. Yesterday he had a very nice run. He had aces, kings, jacks, ace, king. Got paid on 3 of them. And Yeah, it was really good. And then also had a crazy bluff like button versus big blind where he 3-bet 6 deuce suited. Very big. Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, he's got a little trick. Got some tricks up his sleeves.
Yeah, okay, maybe I have the impression that he played ABC because he had some very good cards. But yeah, I do remember the 6 deuce bluff. That's crazy.
All right, Vincent. Going to get involved on hand number 3. Opening things up. 150. 250.
Also calling out the mixed game players. We have
240.
22 games. 22 games.
Yeah, we saw John get quite aggressive pre-flop yesterday. Worked out very well for him.
Calling all those mixed game lovers.
So now Vincent, oh, that's a pretty tight fold, king, queen off.
What was he, hijack? I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a marginal 3-bet hand.
Yeah,
it's a fold is
it's
main.
a good 3-bet hand.
Yeah.
I think. It's a good candidate for a 3-bet bluff there.
Yeah.
But of course, folding is absolutely no problem.
Wow, those stacks are very, very close.
And another player that impressed me yesterday was Mao Ranji.
Yes.
He played well as well.
Yeah, I think he played very, very well. I liked his decision with the turned straight versus Justin's top set. You see that one on the 8-7-6 board? He turns the straight and donks. Really nice sizing on the turn and river. And Justin unfortunately had a hand that just has to pay both streets. Oh, there you go, Steven. Blue Ice in chat saying BTC at an all-time high. Pocket aces for John. There we go. Only hand number 4. Hopefully no heartbreak on hand number 4. It'd be too soon.
All right, APT high roller day 1. On table 35, we draw heart club button.
Oh, Mao with the pocket 10s here. Could go for the call, could go for the raise here.
Open all bags.
All right, high roller day 1. The button is on seat number 7.
Goes for the call. I think I prefer that. Obviously a very good call in terms of not running its aces. Here we go. 2 very strong hands taking a flop. 8-3 deuce rainbow, a dangerous board for Mao. John can size up here, you know, half pot, 60% or so. Really put pressure on Mao. And this is the one street to get a ton of value in here. Goes for the trap. Also pretty valid with pocket aces.
All right, the dealer Carlito.
Mouse, very, very clear value bet here. Hand needs protection. Get a lot of worse hands to call.
Double stack German dealers button and seat number 6.
250K is the bet.
Just a call would be sufficient here.
Yeah, I agree. Very nice. Five of hearts, a huge brick on the turn.
Wow, he's checking again. Ooh.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So tricky.
He doesn't want to lead after check calling flop.
Of course.
Gets another bet out of Mao. 500,000 this time.
Double stack in.
The plaques on the table that you see right now are 500,000. The grays are 100,000. Greens 25,000, and blues will be 5,000. We will introduce some 1 million chip plaques soon. Good for 25 starting stacks.
Biscuits.
Yeah, biscuits. Look at this pot, 2.3 million in the middle. King of spades on the turn. I think that this will just go check, check now. I wonder if John can have a tiny donk in his...
Like a pretend block bet, right?
Yeah, like I think it really works well on the king, especially since it's not a heart, so he can have some ace, king, king, queen of hearts type hands that are really going to want to donk this river for small.
But then if he had ace, king tap hand, then what was he expecting to get called by?
Here,
ooh,
look at that.
Pocket tens, of course.
A super well played hand by both players, and John is going to pick up a huge 1.8 million to add to his stack. I actually love how the hand was played by both players. That was wow. And a new chip leader has arose, John Constantiniano, 6.5 million. Rivera Michael saying worst place of AA after he took 1.3 million into his stack. Check raise flop is better with lower pocket pairs, not aces. Aces
no need to
perform
protect
very
aces.
good. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, perform way better as a trap.
Ooh, there are some Chinese commenters in the chat. 大家好. Wow, Natural 8 moderator is joining in asking BTC or ETH. Well, ETH hasn't really moved that much comparing to BTC.
Mao still has plenty of chips to work with, though, so... Decent hit, but he is definitely still in it.
Level 20 for the double stack. 10, 20, 20K ante.
Oh, Justin Fairbanks, please. You live in a beautiful free country in Canada. Don't worry about the USA. No, James, I think John maximized, actually. You played very well.
Yeah, no, I think he played it perfect. I loved every single decision that he made that hand. Aces on that board is like one of the overpairs that either likes to check or bet small to induce a raise. Then you kind of go bigger with like tens, jacks, top pair. Here we go, another flop. Queen, 9, deuce. Either player connecting here, but Kim does have some decent backdoors here.
Namely the nut flush.
Yep. Bet and a call. Vincent way in the lead here, 85%. Be interesting if he can hang on club turns. 6 of spades, really nice brick. I think Kim can just continue betting here. And then give up on non-club rivers. There it is. Here comes the second barrel. I love it. 530k and gets a hand 93% to fold. Beautiful. The power of position.
Some good poker already.
Yeah, some very good poker. We had an ace queen 4-bet. We had aces playing very well. Kim Gabion going for it with the ace 10. This is going to be a very exciting final table.
Just to remind our viewers, the Guess the Winner competition has begun. There is a link pinned at the top of the comments. Click on it, make a guess, and win some Natural 8 freebies. So Eric in the chat is saying Mao is going to easily come top 3, judging by the lineup. Well, we shall see, shall we? I don't disagree, but it's a long way to go just yet. Long way to go.
Ferdinand, suited ace, gonna get in the mix. 250k. Kim with another suited ace.
Power position.
Working backwards this time.
Indeed. That's a very funny comment, Justin. I'm not going to repeat it.
A little bit of a loose call from Kim here in the cutoff. Are very easy to defend with the king 10 of clubs. Sandag George. I struggle with his first name, but his last name is Mukbatar. Off to a flop. Queen 4 deuce. Both players hitting bottom pair with their deuce. And still, king 10 has more equity than Ferdinand's bottom pair. Simply because Ferdinand is chopping with Kim, of course.
Uncle Freddy. Ferdy. I like it. So Kim somehow has got a tiny bit more equity. Oh dear. Turns a 8 of hearts, giving Kim a backdoor flush draw. Free rolling Ferdinand right now.
Yep. Kim's got a decent hand to bluff here with. Got quite a bit of equity. Pulled out a lot of worse hands, or a lot of better hands. You know, pocket 5s, 6s, something like that.
So what's Uncle Ferdy going to do? The power of position. Wow, there you go. I wonder whether I can get a banter rugby shirt like that in Jeju.
Ooh, maybe. No, they've got better oranges there.
Oh,
They
even
have
better than Fanta.
100% orange juice there.
100%.
100. Same frequency with which you should re-raise ace-5 suited.
Ooh. Don't get me started.
The solver bait, as you call it.
Never has worked for me.
I think you're not putting enough money into the pot. Very strong hand.
Probably. I marginally prefer aces.
Marginally.
Just saying. Sika Attache. Great quality feed as usual, APT. Thank you. Well, I have to once again publicly praise the quality of the production team. Always doing a fantastic job.
Yes, absolutely.
Nine ace suited, opening from +2. Wow. Ooh, okay. Daniel Lee picks up ace queen off from big blind. I think I'm expecting a 3-bet here. Nope. I'm wrong. Suppose it's still quite early position. Flop comes 9h3, that's why.
That's why.
That is exactly why.
Yeah. I think this hand is a bet small or check. Bet small's nice because you want to induce raises.
Nope, he's not going to bet small.
I think it is like 200. $185.
185. He's betting small. I think he's got all the cards that his opponent doesn't actually have any cards to hit that board.
Yep.
Apart from the flush draw.
Daniel can still have a few pocket pairs. Some ace highs.
Lots of overcards.
Yeah.
So let them hit the overcards.
It's a dicey card. It's going to improve Daniel quite a bit. Quite a few of his check call holdings.
Queen 10 being a candidate. Let's just go for like the nuts. Putting in a half pot bet. With the gut shot, Daniel might actually call it. He's calling it.
Yeah, usually his 2 overs will probably be live. Oh no, hits the straight on the river with the club blocker as well. Or no, sorry, the clubs didn't come in. It's only 2 of them. Wow,
It was a
brutal
club
run out for Kim. It was, but I thought the flush came in.
And the graphics is telling us it's a key hand, okay? Just remember that. Time banking. That means he's going to bet, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm trying to think how big he can go here. And if he has enough Queen X over Kim to justify it.
Well, Kim is repping a massive pair, right?
Yeah, so
a
Kim's
massive
got some
overpair.
overpairs. He can still have pocket queens. He can still have like the king queens, ace queens. So I don't think Daniel actually gets to go big here. Yeah, 500k. I like that. I really like that sizing. Because it was a
Very
different
nice.
story yesterday where Renji got to go very big on the river because he just had way more straights on the 4 to a straight board than Justin. But on this board, I think Kim might have a little bit more Queen X than Daniel. So he doesn't get to go very big here and has to be very selective with his bluffs.
And it's so hard to, ooh, it's so hard to fold there.
Yeah.
For that small bet.
But nice fold,
A quarter
Kim.
of the pot. Wow. And well done, production team, because that was indeed a key hand.
Another nicely played hand by both players. This is a tough table.
Good quality so far.
Absolutely.
I'm hoping my commentary will match their quality.
Getting there, Steven. Keeping me
I'm
entertained
trying,
for
I'm
sure.
trying. Ooh, now that is a dig. So are you going to miss Manila? So is your little adventure in Manila is going to come to a close tomorrow?
Yep. We do go to APT Fukuoka next, November 8th.
Yes.
But I will be back in Manila after that, so it won't be too long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is that
I'll
what
be
you're gonna
coming
do?
back.
Yeah. Are the cash games too good?
I just want to relax on the beach a bit. I think I'm going to go to Palawan.
Oh. Do you go diving and stuff?
Yeah, why not?
Have you tried that before? Or
No,
is it
no, I
something you
can't
just-
swim.
Oh. I like the why not answer earlier. I can't swim, why not go diving?
I'll figure it out. But we also are returning to Manila in February. APT is coming back to Manila.
Yes. Quite excited by that.
Yeah, will you be here?
Oh, well, you know, if I have the right time, scheduling wise, I'd love to.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, Edgar getting involved this first hand on hand number 8. Picking up the Queen Jack. Daniel, pocket fours in the small blind.
200 francs each. Number 2 lines up. 100, 200, 200 francs.
Discipline.
Wow.
He does have John behind him, who's been quite aggressive pre-flop. My pocket fours are kind of under-realized post-flop. Justin asking if I want to relax on the beach, why not stay in Fukuoka? I can't play tournaments online in Fukuoka. So I get to do that as well. Ace 10-3, John's Jack 10 outflops Edgar's Queen Jack. Edgar does have a gut shot here. And the Queen Jack does like to triple off here, but just goes for the check and picks up a double gut shot here. Ooh, big bet here from Edgar. 500k into 680.
So that check was actually a polarizing check.
Yes.
If there's such thing.
Wow, gets it done. The delayed C-bet. I always do get suspicious when players don't go for the range bet on boards that are very easy to do so. There we go, Steven, not a poker pro in chat, saying you don't need to swim to scuba dive. Just be comfortable in the water. We are approaching our first blind increase of the day. One of the chunkier ones at about 30% increase. All right, ace-10 offsuit here. Opening things up.
Daniel has evil thoughts.
Yes, he does. Can Mukbatar pull up another 4-bet bluff?
Wait for it.
Oh my, I hope he goes for it. Imagine how demoralizing it'd be every time you 3-bet someone light, they just 4-bet you.
And then you start to question the RFID security. Or the way, you start to check whether you're looking at your cards in the right way.
Yep, yeah. Now he gets this one through. Daniel taking back his place on top of the chip leaderboard, 7.4 million. So, Stephen, what is your strategy for the night before a final table like this? Are you studying? Are you looking up ranges? Are you studying the other players? You going out for drinks? What are you doing?
I think I'll try to sleep early as much as I can. So that means, no go out drinking, of course, and not much studying. Checking up. I think by the time you get to the final table, you have, you've played against most of the players. You know what where they're at. So that's not that much more to study, to investigate, really. So perhaps find someone that you can trust to have a chat. Just get your mental state correct. Just get your mental game really well prepared.
Yeah.
It's too late to learn anything new. You've come this far.
Yeah.
Do the best you can. Try to simplify your strategy as much as possible so that you can execute them properly and play as well as you can.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Like, no point getting all complicated and discovering, opening up your GTO solver and looking for interesting 4-bet spots. It's just too late. Too late for that.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Queen, 9, deuce. Mukbatar's pocket 7 still in the lead here. Vincent
So
has
hard to
two
hit a pair.
backdoors. I know, eh?
So hard to hit a pair and hold them. They should change the format of the main event to double board or something.
And then it wouldn't be the main event.
To some people, it is.
All right, nice check fold there from Vincent.
So we have 3 shortish stacks just below 25 big blinds. The chip leader isn't really that much chip leading either, so lots to play for.
Yeah, it's almost like just pretty neck and neck. A few players have a little bit of momentum behind them right now, but it's just one medium-sized pot away from changing all that.
Alright guys, blinds up now. 80,000, 160, 160 for the ante.
There it is. Line level going up. Big jump. This is one of the bigger ones at 30%. Edgar's turn with the pocket sevens now.
Snap fold these pocket fours of Vincent Huang.
Love it.
Oh, sorry.
Is that a one-hand penalty on our final table?
Nothing much you can do with Queen Jack suited against a +1, really.
You think just fold?
I would just fold, but then I'm quite nitty, like, oh, he just folded too.
He is going for the re-raise here with the Queen Jack.
Oh no,
clubs.
he hasn't folded.
No, I think he bumped it up to 720,000.
Yeah, 720. Yeah. Against a +1.
I think I would mostly call. But if Edgar's not 4-betting his bottom of range opens with the offsuit combos, then I think this hand performs way better as a re-raise.
Yeah, calling is difficult post flop.
Yeah. You are in position though. I like Vincent's shirt. Jean-Michel Basquiat. I think he's the New York artist.
He was.
Yes. No longer. I think he
actually check out. There's a movie. There's a film. It's like a biopic.
Yeah,
It's,
my mom
very...
told me about it.
Yeah, it's good. In fact, Basquiat kind of became super famous to the average, to the general public when Uniqlo decided to release a bunch of T-shirts with his art on it.
Yeah, I do remember that. Now it's everywhere.
Yeah. Very tortured soul. Had
Yes.
many problems. But very iconic in the sense that he was one of the first black pop art icons.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom's really big into art, so we do see a lot of museums. I'm still not a fan, though.
So she's trying to educate her illiterate son?
Illiterate? There's one guy that she keeps showing me. It's Cy Twombly, I think. It's just scribbles. Like, he just takes a pencil and just scribbles on the paper. It's like what I do when I'm mad at my homework when I'm 3. But one of the great artists, and I just don't understand any of it.
Did you pay attention?
In school?
No, as in, like, when your mum explained why he or she was great.
No, she's like, no, this guy's a total scam artist. What is this?
Right. Okay. So you did listen.
Yeah. Ooh, Mao here. Interesting decision here. The Queen 10. He's going to go for the shove. It is one of those hands that does like to just jam, but I think he's a bit too deep for a final table. Let's see, on 17. Oh, it's close. It is close between jam. Just
Folding.
folds. Yeah.
There are too many short stacks with, well, shortish stacks.
But Mao is one of them.
Yeah. maybe a better spot.
Yeah. Yeah. That sort of block just likes to go all in for that like 15 to 25 big blind region. The king jacks, king tens, queen 10, queen jack suiteds. All right, ace, jack, deuce. Vincent, top pair, top kicker here.
See bet. Next hand.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. Move on.
Yeah. I think even one big blind works here against a lot of Kim's holdings. And you don't have to go too big as the bottom card's a deuce. Quarter pot. Gets the job done. It's like ace jack 7. I think I like a much bigger bet. Just because Kim will have, you know, 8-7 off, king 7 off, queen 7 off. So you want to put those hands in a miserable spot right away on the flop.
So something else to look forward to, which is the high roller, 2-day high roller event. So we are going to bring you all the action of day 2 of the high roller event tomorrow.
Yes, that will be a long one in case you haven't had enough of us. And then straight to Phu Quoc. We will begin streaming in Phu Quoc on November 14th.
Yes, it is a very international table. Well, the APT has become very international.
It has, yeah.
Well, we've got someone from Hong Kong and someone from Canada commentating for a start. That's international.
Vincent looking to get back-to-back pots now. Justin saying 2 Canadians.
I'm not Canadian, Justin Fairbanks. No, do not say that. How dare you?
Don't you live in Toronto or something?
Bloody hell. No, I do not.
Yeah, you went to Waterloo. You like maple syrup?
No. I hunt moose for a living or something.
Wow, Edgar folding king 8 off the big blind. I think a little bit tight, as Vincent does have to play very passive against him.
So the blinds are up.
Equity. Yep.
We are talking 16 big blinds of Mao's stack. Oh, don't do that. Don't spoil, please. For the sake of Uncle Ferdy, please do not spoil in the chat.
Yeah.
No. Come on. Francesco, please don't do that. Please respect the pretend live format that we're having.
Yeah.
And do not spoil for us. Merci beaucoup. Sorry. The reason why I reacted so violently towards the Canadian comment is because I may become Canadian in a few years' time.
Yeah. Won't be long. You'll be joining us.
Yeah. There you go. Uncle Ferdy has taken the pot with pocket sixes. Alarm bells will be ringing for Vincent, Uncle Ferdy, Kim, and Mao.
Yep. Oh, no worries, Francesco. Thank you for understanding. Justin was referring to Greg, who is Canadian.
Of course. He is Canadian. But he's also Singaporean. No, I'm afraid no one from Hong Kong has made it this far. I think Alex Chung got to the last 3 tables. And he was the last Hong Kong survivor. Do I like maple syrup? No, I find it too sweet, actually. Yes, Justin Fairbanks, I have heard Greg's Singapore story. Right, so button open, big blind defend, and we see the flop. Domination Nation.
King 6-3.
King 6-3. 2 diamonds. Both players have backdoor flush draw.
Chunky bet out of Edgar here from the King 6-3. Oh, nice fold.
Yeah. No, a lot of Indian players do play the APT.
Yeah,
in
we
fact,
did have Diwali.
Yeah. And someone from India actually came second in the high roller in Taipei. So,
yeah. I believe you two are friends now, aren't you?
yeah, I know. It's
Yeah.
good. It's good. I've been working with him, trying to give him more and more information.
Nice.
No, he's very happy. He's understanding the MTT format a lot better.
It's tough.
It is not easy, is it? No, Natural 8. Don't ask Justin Fairbanks about their story. Do not. Don't do that. Ace Juice suited from UTG. Yep. Solid fold. Yeah, Justin. Didn't have to say it out loud lah. Was it a good imitation? I think that was quite good. Singaporean. No need to say it out loud lah.
All right, Vincent here, King, Queen of Hearts.
Very casual. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, just gonna race.
I think that this would be one of those hands that does want to limp if there was a limp strategy. Because if you raise and they jam, you kind of throw up, and what do? Do you call for 20 big blinds? Do you 8 life? And folding King Queen suit on the button for 20 bigs is like the most disgusting thing ever. But you lose to like ace 3 off.
But I don't think you can limp. It can balance well enough.
Oh, it's so tough, isn't it?
Limping the button.
Yeah, there is a module on here, on the thing that I study on, that says something about, where is it? Speak about why we want to have a heavy limping range. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should learn that. Daniel,
He's
defending
very
King
tough.
6. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, Daniel with the nut flush draw. Vincent with the gut shot. I think Vince would be very happy to check back this board. Very strong holding, doesn't want to get check raised. Does check it back. 8 of spades on the turn. Vincent still ahead.
Actually connects as well.
He could have a 7-card straight.
Daniel is taking a stab. I think might actually just muscle Vincent out of the pot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Power of the position.
Oh boy.
DJ Flaco, what is the buy-in to take a seat? It's about 1,200 American.
1,005.
1,005 is it? Okay,
Yeah.
1.5k USD. But you cannot take a seat right now. Sorry, you know,
No.
even if you cough up 1.5k, it's a bit too late. You are 4 days too late. 3 days too late because you could buy in direct on day 2. Oh, Justin is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, now I get it. Justin Fairbanks is auditioning to be a commentator. That's why he said 2 Canadians.
Ah,
commentating.
there we go.
Oh, he will be so good at this.
Yeah.
He'll be fact after fact. Kim. Oh, Mao is putting in ace queen off with about 16 big blinds. Obviously, we get a fold from +1. If small blind and big blind don't wake up with anything good. And they don't, so that will be that.
Yeah, Mal gets to pick up 4.5 bigs. We'll get him back up to 20.
Let's start up. 200, 500, 500 active.
Yeah, Kim can't call. It's way too much with the queen jack offsuit. Maybe around 7 big blinds is where you can consider it.
Very good jam. Taking a much needed pot. Now Vincent Huang is the shortest at the table. We have 3 players above him at 3.2 million, exactly the same. Hey, maybe we should go racing when you come to Hong Kong, Sam.
Racing? What's that?
Horse racing. Horse racing.
Ah.
As in jockey club.
Yes, absolutely. Let's do it.
Yeah, okay, well, let me know maybe a week in advance, your
Okay.
exact dates, and then I'll fit it in. Get a nice table.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will let you know by next week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm going to book my flights in a few days. Ace King here for Kim.
One of the shortest stacks. Hoping for a jam. Oh yeah, HKIR on the 8th. Oh, would you be in town then? The 8th of December?
Sorry, say one more time?
8th of December, that's the International Race Day.
Is that the big one?
Like the World Cup of racing.
I think I might be there a bit earlier, but I can try book around that. Oh, look at this flop. Ferdinand bottom 2, Kim with top pair, top kicker. This is going to get messy here. Both players very even stacks.
Is there a case for racing here?
What do you mean?
What do you mean racing? He just called.
Oh, raising. Raising, sorry. Ooh, that's a pretty connected card there on the turn. Neither player can feel too good about it, but Kim does improve to a gut shot to the nuts. But it might give him pause.
I think it favors a lot more to the big blind caller, no?
Yeah. You know, even a hand like Jack-10 is just going to improve a lot now. It's going to be pretty neck and neck with you in terms of equity.
Mm-hmm.
That is a brick.
Comes out to bet the river. And ooh, quite sad to see.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very nice size bet for Ferdinand, 775k.
And with that, Kim is down to about 12 big blinds. 11 even. That would tighten up all the players with the short stacks.
Yeah, for sure. Big stack gets to start to apply a little bit of extra pressure to those sort of 20 big blind stacks now.
We're talking about the likes of Mao, Vincent Huang, even Uncle Ferdy.
Yep.
Well, thank you for tuning in. If you've just joined us, this is the APT Manila 2024 main event. We are down to 9 players. The next eliminated player will receive 22,865 American dollars. A friend from Mongolia is opening with pocket sixes from Hijack. Not playing that.
Ooh, middle set now from Mukpatar. Kim does not have much to continue with here, though.
No, it'd be a nothing hand, right?
Yeah, backdoor flush draw, maybe you can consider it, but got a very, very bad backdoor straight draw. Yeah, just lets it go.
So I'm feeling a little bit of tension actually at the table now that there's a very clear short stack at the table.
Yeah, yeah, it does increase in pressure. Every chip just becomes more and more valuable when the short stacks are present.
Wow, that is very gutsy play by Vincent Huang with ace-3 suited.
Yeah, middle position.
Considering what we just talked about earlier.
Yeah, he is in one of those stacks that just wants to chip preserve here. And John might take this shot. Ace-5 offsuit to start bullying now.
Hold the floor. I'm drinking water. It's okay. Need a break.
Wow, Mao just goes for a jam.
Yeah. Whew. Wow. Wouldn't he beat himself up if Vincent like woke up with, I don't know, pocket queens or something and couldn't fold?
Yeah.
And they just had to flip with a 10 big blind right next to you? Ooh, that would be so sick.
Yeah. What do they say? I just heard a round. Is that a round of straddles? A round of drinks? A round of stand-up game?
A round of golf?
Maybe they're just fooling around.
They do seem to be fooling around. I think to most of our parents, this is fooling around.
Oh yeah, for sure.
In fact, what we are doing, commentating, is fooling around to them.
All right.
All right, here we
Real
go.
hand.
No fooling around with pocket tens.
I think he just wants to go all in here, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean,
He's not.
inducing's
He's
not the
racing.
worst. It's just your equity realization is so poor with a 10 big blind stack on the table and all these big stacks. Ooh, Daniel Lee with ace-jack offsuit here.
Is he going to isolate?
I think calling in position is also a decent strategy as a big stack. Ooh,
No.
let's it go. think he thinks Vincent should be opening very tight, +1, given his stack. Queen 10 of clubs, very defendable in the big blind. Nine, 5, deuce. Nothing really for Kim. Goes for a small bet here. Vincent takes it down. All right, we've been playing for just over an hour now. No eliminations. We are getting some disparity between the big and the short stacks now, though. Eight, 6 of spades. How loose does he want to get? Does have to worry about getting jammed on by the big blind. By the
You create
short
some
stacks.
chaos. Oh no,
Yes.
no chaos.
Kim, nice pick up pocket fives.
Him is definitely in the danger zone with just under 8 big blinds.
Yeah. The longer he hangs on, the more those middling stacks have to lose a few extra blinds to the big stacks. Yeah. Most of the players at the table are rooting for him to be involved in an all-in.
Good fold.
Yeah. Very good fold.
I didn't know that was coming, but still a good fold. Pocket sixes. Nothing much you could do here, really. So he throws in a time bank. It's a very difficult spot.
Looks like he's going to continue here with a re-raise. I don't like this. On final tables, blockers are probably the most important thing to use when you're pre-flop, and sixes are just not it. There we are. Running into the ace-king now. It's going to cost him a little bit.
Excuse me. Right. Mr. Fanta. South Korea versus South Korea. We are witnessing a flip, but ace-king, we saw an ace haven't been folded by Daniel.
Ace-king versus sixes. Ace-king at risk. Off to flop. Flop is 8, 5, 5.
No help at all.
Are you all in with the ace-king? No. I see, Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim all in with the ace-king. Two other Mr. Kim.
Oh, they're both
Kim
Kim.
versus Kim. Off to the turn.
I think a Kim is going to win,
Turn
yes.
the 7 of diamonds. Kim Jae-jung.
Well, everything belongs to Kim.
On this
If he
river.
lives in, if you live in
river.
North Korea.
Is the 4 of diamonds, and that will be a good game for Kim Jae-jung, everybody. 9th place at the APT main event.
Yeah. good
Congratulations.
game. Kim Jae-jung.
Kim Jae-jung.
Yeah, very nice. Good for 22,865 USD. It is heartbreaking to be this close to 308,000, but I think a little bit of tension is going to be lifted from this table. Very unfortunate to be up against pocket sixes there. He should have been up against the ace-jack. The sixes decided to get crazy. And good timing for it, too.
Who are we to judge who is crazy? He took the pot, eliminated a player, created a page jump for everyone at the table. He's everyone's best friend.
Except for Kim.
Yeah, but they're both Kims. Kims are friendly with each other.
Yeah, yeah.
What a way to go with ace king. Here we go. Another ace king. This time suited.
Beautiful hand to look down at. Oh, Jack 10 of hearts sitting on 20-ish big blinds. Lets it go.
Yeah, nothing you can do really.
All in. Call.
Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah. Hearts.
Ooh. This is a very interesting decision here with the ace-5 of diamonds. who have been playing with each other for a bit, you notice John does like to open a little wider.
Wow.
All in from
Wow.
Vincent.
So the bait got another victim. Did you say something about ace-5 being a beautiful hand?
Yep.
I don't think Vincent's thinking that right now.
No, no, not at all. 29% here.
We've got another all-in and a call. Who is ace-5 suited and at risk? All right,
Greg
Vincent
sounded like a
all
teacher.
in. First
Who
turn
is
like
ace-5 suited?
He's currently dominated by ace-king.
Who is the naughty one here?
Vincent needs to find a 5 to stay alive. The flop is queen, jack, jack, 2 spades, and a club. Some chop outs here. The turn.
Oh,
The 10 of
that is
diamonds.
basically going to be over for
Ace-king
Vincent.
makes Broadway, and Vincent needs a king for the chop. The river is the 7 of hearts. Give it up, please, folks, for Vincent Wong, 8th place at the APT main event.
Congratulations, Vincent.
Yeah, good
8th
game.
in the APT main after numerous final tables in previous series. I'm sure we will see his face again. One of the more accomplished players in the APT circuit. Always great to see him playing at the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And John up to a massive, massive chip stack now, has taken the chip lead. Him and Daniel, all the chips in play between the two of them. I feel like the right side of the table needs to catch a break at this point.
So here it is again. Vincent Huang, 8th place finisher at the APT Manila main event. GG, sir. Back to the table. They're still laughing. Uncle Ferdy is having a joke with everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
Still, I think the risk premium, the ICM pressure hasn't really changed. The one of the bigger stacks took the small stacks chips. So for the short stacks, still a lot to play for, still needing a double up.
Yeah, yes. Look at that. We've already doubled 9th place prize up to 40,970 USD now for 7th.
So easy to make 20 grand.
Just fold. That's it.
Just fold. 20 grand.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, that's a lot.
That is a lot. Couple watches.
Well, hundreds if you buy Swatch plastic watches.
Ooh, a very interesting double gut shot here for Mukhtar. And an 8 or a queen. Daniel with also a gut shot. I like the decision to check here with the king-9. Daniel will fire at it. And a quick call. Seven of hearts changes nothing.
slightly favors the small blind, maybe.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Daniel should be pretty happy to check back a lot of his 7s, and Mokhtar is mostly going to play them as a check call. Well, Daniel, if he's betting as wide as 8-3, you've really condensed Mokhtar's range here to 10x, 7x, ace highs, and very strong draws. 4 of spades on the river. Neither player improving. Ooh, I like the size. He can bet weak jacks, maybe some pocket 9s, pocket 8s for this price. Obviously the 10x. Daniel doesn't have a great hand to raise with here. Just lets it go. Nice. Nice. Evening out those stacks.
Someone in the chat's asking how much the buy-in is. It's about 1.5k USD, 1,500 US dollars. So that 20k pay jump is more than 10 buy-ins. Mao Renji sitting at just over 20 big blinds. He's going to open it up with Queen 8 suited.
Well, first hour of play, we didn't see any eliminations. We had 2 in rapid fire. We still have some short stacks at the table that could be at risk of putting their tournament run to an end.
Wu J is asking why is the prize pool so top heavy? Actually, it's not that unusual.
Yeah, this one seems quite...
It's pretty standard, actually.
Yeah. There is a little bit bigger on the top end, just due to the overlay. That's just free money. There we go, Ace King. We'll open things up. Will Daniel find the 3 bet? No. I don't like what he's doing here. Showing that he is going to be folding. Yeah, I don't think that's good. It could be influencing action a bit.
can call this maybe 1 round penalty. If you call, then you prove that you're not going. Nobody.
So now the stacks have slightly consolidated. The shortest at the table are Uncle Ferdinand and Mao with 27 and 25 big blinds respectively. No, Moo. They just do it differently, right? So another organization, they will play down to the money on day one. Whereas APT doesn't play down to the money on day one. That's the difference. It's still about 14% ITM. Like, it makes no difference. I think APT main is trying to give players a better experience by having a slower day one. That's all.
Yeah.
So no, I respectfully disagree, I'm afraid. In fact, I am not a fan of playing down to the money after day one. I much prefer having a set number of levels on day one. But then it's so much more overhead for an organizer to do that. It's so much easier to plan your day, your operation when you know you only have 14% of the players going to day two.
Yeah.
So it's just different ways of looking at the business, really.
Yeah, it's not easy to run a tournament series.
I know a thing or two about that, right?
Yeah, you do. Ferdinand calling out of the small blind here. Queen 10-3. Edgar with a super loose open. +1. Just checks, gives up.
Not yet. So hard to be a commentator.
Ferdinand bets out on the turn. Edgar improves on the river to a pair of 5s.
Oh, then we check. Oh no, he bets.
Oh, for
turning bottom pair into a bluff, huh? Interesting.
Middle pair.
Wow.
Okay. I guess he's targeting like 7s, 8s, but you don't want to have a 6 in your hand. I mean, if he gets value from ace high, that'd be crazy. It's a very merged bet here.
Wow, I wouldn't use time bank for this hand. Uncle Verdi.
No, just fold and move on.
Yeah. Ooh, we are looking like we're going to hit 1,000 viewers. very soon. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you everyone for hitting the like button, getting us up there on the list of tournaments going on right now, the list of live streams. Appreciate it.
I see 1,000 people watching, but only 29 likes. That is highly statistically incorrect. So please, please, please make the statistics correct. Click a like for us. Appreciate that. Woohoo! Someone got excited.
I do remember hearing that half an hour ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you find out what it was?
No, I did not.
Hey, hello, Poker Foxy. Hey, Dave Spade. Hello, hello, hello.
Ah, hello. Good to see you, Dave. I really enjoyed your play on our feature table. The Queen 10 bluff was very, very nice.
Very loud, yes. Right. A defend from Mao with King 6 suited versus Daniel's pocket 7s. Let's see the flop. Queen 10 5. Doesn't hit Mao at all. Pocket 7s might actually bet here.
Yeah, it depends how you build out your strategy. You could go for the range bet, or you could find some decent checks in here as well. Good card for the 7s.
Definitely. So, with the queen pairing up and a flush draw appearing, there's no point delay c-betting either. 3 is as blank a card as it's going to get. 3 of diamonds.
300, 600, and 620. On the river.
Try to take the pot, maybe beating out a lot of the ace high. They're not 7s, I don't think.
No, this is just, fold out those ace highs. Better king X that do beat you. But 7s is fairly standard call here for this price. Does make it.
There you go. The rich just got richer. Mao is been knocked down to about 25 big blinds. No, less than that, maybe 22 big blinds. In fact, it's 19. Get my maths right. Queen Jack suited, UTG. Please don't open.
Must open. Look at his stack. Very
Please
strong
don't
hand.
open.
He's already done it, Stephen.
Somehow there's a delay in my brain. Ace-9 suited is not really suitable for anything frisky. So he calls. Something's very funny happening out on the main floor.
Yeah, we do have the high roller, day 1 going on.
Oh, of course.
Let's check what else we have going on today. It's the
That's
final
the day
day of
day 2 of the double stack, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, the mini main as well. Ace 7-6, John out flopping Mukbatar, but with the flush draw as well.
That could be blood. There could be blood. And all the spades are clean as well. No spades been folded pre, which is quite unusual for a 7-handed table.
Yeah, that's why he's up at 45% equity there. A bet and a call. Oh, there it is, the king of spades giving Mukbatar the nuts. I'd really like to see him continue betting here and not get too fancy.
Nope.
Nope. Goes for the check. I don't think John's going to bet here.
No, he's
way too
not.
thin. You're targeting like king, queen exactly. What is his size there? Oh, very small. I think he can go quite big on the river. But 350k, and I think John's just going to pay it off. There's the call.
Yep.
Bizarre.
And a call and the bad news.
Yeah. That's why you open Queen Jack under the gun, Steven.
I learned something today.
I better not see you folding that when we play together.
Right. So we have 3 stacks pretty much equal up top at 50 big blinds. And then 2 stacks that are quite shallow. But no one is really in any immediate danger just yet. I think it's going to be a bit of a cagey affair for the next level.
Yep.
But I think we are not far away from the next break.
No, coming up on about 20 minutes or so, so not too long here.
And they're not playing too slowly either. They're playing pretty snappy, pretty quick poker.
They are,
Always
yeah.
good to see. See our open pocket jacks +1.
But you'll fold Queen Jack suited. That doesn't make sense.
For sure. Oh, UTG.
Ah. Here we go. 400k. Lines are chunky now. 100k, 200k.
5 buy-ins.
Yeah. Ooh. Pocket 5 sitting on 14 big blinds versus +1. Oh, that's close.
He's going to... Yeah, he's going to put it in.
Yeah.
Gonna get snapped off.
Yeah, there it is. Jacks versus fives. Mao gets the bad news.
Classic flip. The last player from China
All
standing.
in
Is
and
he going
call
to get
here at the final
a
table
double
of
up?
the APT main event. Looks like Mao Renji is all in for his tournament with pocket fives versus pocket jacks. John's pocket jacks. Mr. Mao needs to find a 5 to stay alive. The flop. Is Queen 10-3.
Safe for
two
John.
hearts.
Look at that pot. 6.3 million. He'll hit the 9-figure mark.
Running hearts.
Or eight-figure mark.
Turn.
9-figure mark's a lot.
Yeah.
The 9 of clubs.
Now just down to 1 out on the river. The 5 of spades and 5 of spades only.
The river. Is the 6
Ooh.
of diamonds, and that's a good game for Mao
Close.
Renji.
But no. GG to Renji Mao, aka Ricky Mao from China. 41,000 USD for his efforts. A very, very nice score. But now we are down to the final 6 players, and John with a massive stack coming out as our runaway chip leader now. We didn't have one to start the day, but look at that. 11 million in his stack. Daniel and Mukhtar close on his heels, but other players still got a decent stack, you know, 30 big blinds-ish in the middle there. Still a lot to work with.
We'll have a chip race when you have a break.
Yeah, our shortest stack is now Ferdinand Liu, sitting on 18 big blinds with 3.7 mil.
Mao Renji was a bracelet winner last summer at the WSOP $800 event. One of the few bracelet winners from China, and he's come 7th in the APT Manila main event. Well done. GG, sir.
Yeah, well done. He came very close.
He was one of the chip leaders going into day 4, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I think halfway through day 4, he had the biggest stack, especially after his massive hand with Justin. I think he played extremely well.
In fact, he played well first hand today, right? Like the aces versus 10s.
Yeah,
Played
very well.
there too. But you know, just like in life, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter how well you do. Sometimes a bit of luck is lacking, and you fall by the wayside.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry, did I just see? Oh no.
No.
That's Daniel. Okay, good. Okay. So King Queen is troubling me now. It's haunting me. There's all these King Queen happening.
Daniel got 2 very big pots with King Queen offsuit in the big blind yesterday. He decided to flat it, which I really like. It's very counterintuitive, but you actually flat hands like King Queen, and then you re-raise hands like King 3, because King 3 can get something like King 10 or King Jack to fold. But then King Queen, you want to keep those hands in as you do dominate them and get to cooler them, like we saw when he had King Queen versus Queen 8. And John flopping an open ender here. Daniel, not much, but the board's going to be a little bit better for him. I say a little bit because it is monotone, and John's going to have a good amount of nut flushes. But it should still be a pretty high frequency check from John.
Just not this time. I think it's quite common for people to just, not blindly, but actively betting a monotone board as the aggressor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You actually don't bet very often on monotone boards. But
you see a lot of people, yeah. But the theory goes that whoever is defending the big blind will have a little bit more suited cards. So it's either they hit completely or they completely miss and you just get free money. So you just bet a small bet and you get a job done.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Most of the time, yes. Yeah, you do use very, very small sizings on the monotone boards.
You treat it like a very, very dry board.
Yeah, you do.
Mm.
But you also don't bet a lot of hands for protection, which is quite counterintuitive. Like, a lot of your top pairs start checking back on that board. Only like the strongest ones do like to bet.
Well, John bet it and took it down. So why are we still arguing over it? King Queen again! No! Right, let's see what kind of range he defends his big blind with. With that stack against another big stack. Okay. Two live cards. Let's see the flop. It's a 10. Once again, fireworks. Because Kim has flopped a second nut flush draw on a paired board versus John's top pair. So would be a more subdued fireworks because of the paired board. Slightly more subdued.
I think Kim has a nice hand just to check back. You don't really want to face a check raise on this board with a flush draw this strong. John does have one of those candidates that could go for the check raise, start putting Kim's hands in very rough spots. Ooh, there it goes. I like this from John, and Kim getting in a little bit of trouble here with this king queen of spades.
Whoa.
Makes the call.
Well, definitely got the right odds. Oh dear. Got the right odds for the flush draw for sure. Because the raise can never be too big to bet out the any flush draw. But now he has a full house. He's praying that Kim hits something good.
Yeah, I like the small bet. It's very tough to have
Very
bluffs
small bet.
on this turn. Not an easy spot here with the king high. You're ahead of a lot of bluffs, and you are coolering all of John's lower flush draws. But that being said, you are dead to John's value range.
Which is not that much, actually. Like, there's not that many combos.
No, some 5x is going to start checking, and some 10 is even going to start trapping on the turn as well. So he doesn't have all these at full weight, and 10 doesn't always re-raise on the flop.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Kim going for the raise here again, very aggressive.
I don't like king queen.
Yeah, you kind of want your opponent to have like the king 6 of spades, queen 4 of spades type hands. call from John.
Ooh.
Wonder how.
If a spade drops in the river, fireworks.
Oh, interesting card. Both players with a full house now, but John does have the better full house.
What if he announces all in?
It'd be weird. So
He did announce all in.
I think he's trying to rep quads and try to get Kim to fold a chop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I'm not. I'm not taking that.
Oh wow, John up to 14.395 million in chips.
Now we have a chip leader. 72 two big blinds. Almost doubling the second chip leader.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Expect a lot of loose play from John from now on.
Oh, for sure.
Hey, we've gone over 1,000 viewers. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. All right, Edgar. Haven't seen too much of him. Opens up the ace-10, but Ferdinand now with the pocket jack sitting on 16 blinds. I guess 18 since he did post. $1.1 mil is the re-raise, Ferdinand.
Yeah. Nothing much has changed. I think we are still looking at... In fact, I think every single player apart from John is experiencing a little bit of a ICM pressure here. They're all so close together.
Yeah, it was Ferdinand.
You just don't want to be the one who drops down to like the 12 big blind mark.
Yeah, yeah.
As soon as you get there, everyone smells blood, and then they will go after you.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Right. So this is the tricky one now. Like, you need to find the right balance of aggression and tightness, and it's very difficult to navigate.
Yeah, John's in a really good spot to start putting in some very big river bets. He can size it to where you become the short stack.
Yeah.
And just put so much pressure on so many of your hands.
How disgusting is that? King Queen again. What's this?
This time for John. Ooh, 4-3 deuce. Flush draw for John.
And King High as well.
Yeah, Kim looks like he's thinking about a lead here. Just checks it.
You can just bet, right?
Yeah, I think given Kim's stack, betting does make a little bit of sense here, but checking, I think it's a main play. It's a little... No, it's sort of similar because Kim did have the king queen of spades, flopped 10-5-5 with the flush draw, but I didn't like betting there just because John did cover him, and getting check raised really sucks there. But for John, if he gets check raised, he just goes with a hand. He has definitely enough equity against all of Kim's holdings. Board runs out clean. The king high is still in the lead here. Check, check. John's going to take it down. 15 million in his stack now. There's about 44 million chips in play. So he's got 1/3 of the chips in his stack.
What a feeling. What a feeling. Someone says, go Mongolia. Yes, go Mongolia indeed. But where are they going?
Oh, Stephen.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness, he just keeps picking up hands. Ace, queen, offsuit now for John.
And then, of course, the players are thinking, wow, you're trying to bully us. But he's not. He's got good hands.
Oh, just a call from Ferdinand.
Wow.
8 deuce deuce. Edgar.
Got outflopped by Edgar.
Yeah.
So Ferdinand is drawing very thin. Since John has 2 overcards and Edgar has top pair.
Wow, raises it up. This might just kick out Edgar.
I don't know, actually. Like, what is he rapping from the button?
Not much, but Edgar's been playing quite snug. He does still have to worry about John. If he does make this call, it's 600k. It's a good chunk of his stack. No, he is going to continue here.
Ooh.
Nice. Nice fold.
Well, he knows he doesn't want to beat the short stacks. He doesn't want to make them... You know, he wants to keep them poor, basically.
Yes.
And then Ferdinand gave up the turn.
Yeah. I think once you get cold called like that, it's going to be a pretty strong range from Edgar.
He's reading out the combos. He said, oh, do you have ace juice? Nope.
All right, Edgar hasn't been involved too much, but gets a very nice chip up there. Up to 7.3 mil, good for tied second place. 3 players on that 7 mil, 2 shorties on 3, just over 3 mil.
Like with the stack distribution as it was, I think the race from Ferdinand was slightly ambitious.
I think so too.
Like once again, I'm going to repeat myself, but you just don't want to be the one getting down to like 15 big blinds or below.
No, no.
You just get picked on, like left, right, and center.
All right, a walk.
Wow, a
The
walk
mystery
and
hand.
everything.
Yeah, Ferdinand getting into that 15 big blind territory like you were saying.
And incidentally, so has Kim. So we have 2 players that will get picked on.
Yep. Yep.
And to be honest, I wasn't 100% sure why Edgar bet that river on that Juice 8 board either.
Deuce 8 board.
You know,
oh
the
yeah.
one with when
Yeah,
Ferdinand,
yeah.
I wasn't too sure either. Kim Gap Young,
Yeah.
Ace Jack suited, could be a very big hand developing.
Folds around to the big blind, Daniel Lee, who has ace-3 offsuit. This is one of those hands that does like to get very aggressive on final tables. Ace-deuce, ace-3, king-3, king-deuce offsuit. Also, I just heard from today that Daniel's only been playing poker for about a year now. If he finds this re-raise, I'll be very surprised.
Is that right?
Yeah, just 1 year now. Been playing very, very well.
He certainly doesn't look like it.
No, not at all. King 7-6 rainbow. Kim still way out in the lead here. Has to play very cautiously with his stack. Does not want to get too much below Ferdinand. Oh, is going to go for the c-bet here. Yeah, Kim really getting punished for his over c-betting. Getting raised to 700k. Daniel going a ton of aggression here. Let's see if Kim has a response to this. Makes the call. Oh, does Kim shove? There you go. Kim just shoves, ends the hand.
Gutsy.
Yeah. Quite dangerous. I like the play from Daniel. Oh, Justin telling us it was a click back, not a shove. Ferdinand's chance now with pocket kings.
There you go. Could be a double up opportunity.
Yep.
Please, someone have a hand.
You want the pain, huh?
No, I want him to double up.
Ah.
I think it's good for the game.
Wow. Wow, big fold from John. A 7 from Edgar. Opening things up to 400K. And nice, easy pickup. Grand Ballroom getting quite empty now as we wrap up the series. Just 2 days to go. The penultimate day of APT Manila 2024. We still have some very fun events today. We got a short deck, triple chance, which means you get 3 starting stacks. You can choose to put 1 of them in play, 2 of them in play, or 3. We also have a very cool Hyper Turbo tonight, which I think you'll see a few of us play. Limit pre-flop, pot limit on the flop, and then no limit on the turn and river. That's going to be very fun.
Oh, and congratulations to our production manager who won the 3-2-1 event a few nights ago.
Yeah, absolutely. First APT Lion. Says he runs very well here in Manila. Then tomorrow we have another micro main event. Only 103 USD buy-in for that one. A last chance high roller. Some more short deck. Some more turbo high rollers. Close it out with a couple more hyper turbos and a hyper turbo high roller. And then we're straight to Phu Quoc on November 8th. Come play the main event, the Vietnam Cup, our opening event.
And then coverage of the main event starts on the 14th, I believe, on day 2.
Yes, you are correct.
I'm trying to juggle my time a little bit for that because got plenty of stuff happening that week.
Busy guy.
Okay, so I hope viewers have done their guess the winner because the competition has now closed. So sit tight and think positive thoughts for the one you've picked, and may the best player wins.
There you go. Yeah, every player guaranteed 55,000 USD. Still going for that top place prize of 308,000.
I was thinking about this the other day, that, with Natural 8, if you qualify through Natural 8 to any APT main event, if you actually ship it, you get an extra 50,000 USD.
Yeah.
And for this APT Manila main event, where the winner picks up, just over 300k, 50,000 is a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
As a percentage. That's amazing value.
Especially considering if you do come in from one of the Natural 8 events, you don't pay the full 1,500 US buy-in. Unless, I guess, you come into the on-live portion where you play the play through day 1 and 2.
I mean, like, if you want to find out more, go to natural8.com, where you find all the information and a flopped straight. Natural8.com, but
that was a great segue.
Right. So this
close spot for Daniel. It's one of those gut shots that's very nice to bet, especially with a spade. Nice turn from Mukhtar. He's got to go for the bet here. Don't get trappy. He is running hot.
Yeah. He's trying to get a 7-card straight here now. Now he has 6.
Yeah.
He's drawing to a 7-card straight for a bonus.
400k is the bet. He really doesn't want to hit it, though, as it makes the straights quite obvious with the jack or the 4. Does get a call out of Daniel. Daniel needs a 9. King would be very bad for him. Jack, so he does make the 7-card straight. Daniel does river top pair.
A little bit of Hollywooding here.
Yeah. Oh, just checks it. Daniel want to go for some super thin value. He might think that Mukhtar is going to be betting all his straights and might try to target a 10 with a bet here. But Mukhtar still has to call with a 10. Like ace 10. Like there's not that many 10x combos that you beat. And you are blocking king 10. Oh, he is going for it. Oh, I hate this. This is so small. You're just going to open yourself up to getting check raised way too often. Only loses to queen 9. Love to see him go for the raise here. Yeah, I don't think I ever bet less than maybe 60% in position on the river.
Has he thrown in a time bank yet?
Not yet.
So he did say race. And then he
Oh no, the string bet.
Oh, didn't he say raise?
He did, but he put 1 million in first and then tried to add 300k to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this is why I really don't like these small sizings. Like, what if he is just bluffing you off now with 7-6? Daniel Lee makes the
Wow, and
call.
he calls it off. 7 cut straight.
Wow. Nice pickup there from Monk Patar. Nearly up to the 8 million chip, sorry, 8-figure mark for chips.
And with that, he's also pushed Daniel down to the chasing pack.
Yeah, down to 19 big blinds there.
He did get a bonus for his 7 cut straight.
He did. I didn't think he would, but did help him out.
So we are about 20 minutes away from the next break. Usually, after saying that, I would say, after the break, we'll see a brand new feature table. Not this time.
Not this time, no.
Edgar puts in a 3-bet from the button and gets a quick fold, probably, from Kim.
Is Kim thinking about something crazy?
He must be.
Edgar's
He's
been
even
quite
taken off his
snug, though.
sunglasses. Like, why isn't he wearing his sunglasses? Is that a tell? I
Yeah, I
never
think-
knew he had eyes. I've never seen his eyes before.
Ah, there
So,
you go.
yeah. So now I can recognize his face.
I think that's Edgar's first 3-bet on this final table. We're 44 hands in, so might be playing a little bit cautiously.
I think the table is also noticing that the shorter stack in the shape of Uncle 30 is not going to spill. He's not going to throw his chips around. So they can't just wait for him to blind out or die. So they need to do something to build the chip stack. And John has been actually very quiet for a massive chip leader.
Yeah, that is true. Because the problem is, with the way 30's playing, by the time he busts, if he does, if you just kind of wait around for that to happen, you're going to become the new short stack.
The next victim.
Yep.
Just 30 is just so very careful and doesn't seem to like want to just spin it up for a double up. So you got to think of a way if you're on 25 big blinds. You've got to find a way of like gaining a few chips because you can't just rely on Uncle 30 dying.
Yep. It's a fine balance, though. You don't want to become the new short stack by doing so.
That's why it's an interesting game, Sam.
It is.
So this is like, to me, like often people will ask, oh, what is more difficult, cash game or MTT? Well, it depends at what stage of the tournament. I think this is actually very difficult.
I would agree, yeah.
and it takes a lot of like poker IQ. Like it's not something you can like really just sit down and study. You have to like really think about it and be very aware of what's going on.
Yeah, interesting flop here. Queen 4-3. John with the flush draw. Kim with the wraparound of the queen. A lot of back doors he can hit here.
But as you can see on the screen, John is actually slightly ahead with the inferior kicker.
Yeah, yeah, very true.
And not by 2%, it's by 4%, by the way.
Bet and a call. Use of hearts, big brick. A little bit better for John. But not by much.
Both players have ace-5.
Yeah. I think John has a few more of ace-5 offsuits. I don't know if Kim's opening those 100% from the hijack.
Is he going to double barrel this? No, he's slowing down. Oh. Ooh, that is a dirty jack on the river.
That is. That's going to be costly to John.
We have about 5 minutes left for the break time. Please make your way to the table, please. Thank you.
Nice check.
Very
I think
nice.
he's expecting to check call this. Oh, check as well. Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Sorry. Ayya.
Well, he gets away very cheap.
I know.
Very big.
Still
pot
with
going Kim's
that,
way.
Kim has climbed up a little bit. 28 big blinds. Just pulled himself away slightly from the shorties. So now that the guess the winner competition is closed, I'm allowed to ask you to guess a winner.
The one with the biggest stack is my guess.
Ooh, that's very diplomatic.
How about you?
I agree. I agree.
There we go. Ace 7-7 Rainbow. Daniel still in the lead here with his king high.
Alright, once again, high roller day 1, 3 min left for the break time.
Two short stacks here.
Come back to your table. The high roller day 1, restarting in less than 3 minutes.
Okay, and that's it. That will do the job. Well, that should do the job.
Oh, wow. Getting very sticky here.
Hasn't done the job. The 3 doesn't change anything. I think Daniel might have to give up, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Just look for a cheap showdown. Oh, river jack. Who knew?
All the tournament players of high roller day 1. Please come back to your table and take a seat. Thank you.
Time banking. Nope, it was a bet. Sorry. 2.5 big blinds in the river. 500k. So a third of the pot. Okay, we have a new short stack in the shape of Daniel Lee from the USA. So I take it all back about Ferdinand. You know, I thought he was just going to be playing kind of conservatively. But obviously on that flop with Jack 10 off, he just thought, nah, I'm just going to call this, I'm going to flow this.
Yeah, I wonder if the river was a brick, if he does go for the bluff.
Edgar was in deep conversation with Greg, asking for tips, maybe.
Asking the wrong person, I think, Steven.
Greg would say, just go all in.
Yeah, 7
Greg
deuce.
goes all in.
All right, Edgar picking up a hand here. King 10 of clubs onto the gun. Gets a call from Kim.
Straight after speaking to Greg.
King 6.
And hits a king. So now we know talking to Greg will help you flop top pair.
That's it.
Simple as.
The one big blind bet. Kim can't really continue here. If he does, it would be in the form of a raise.
Oh, there's a backdoor straight and some backdoor flush.
Yeah. Lets it go. Wants to preserve his stack. I think he showed the king there.
So with John slowing down slightly his overwhelming chip lead isn't so overwhelming anymore.
No, no. We do have short stacks getting a little bit shorter, creating a little bit more pressure. Daniel on 14 bigs, Ferdinand on 19.
And I just had a glimpse of the clock at the back. I can see the clock is ticking down. We are 5 minutes away from the next break. Get caffeinated, get nicotined, get sugared up. Back for more final table action after a short break. By the way, I completely take back what I said about Ferdinand.
Oh, wow. Edgar folding the Jack 10 to a button min raise. Yeah, Ferdinand going after it, like you said.
Oh, Edgar is walking away. Oh, checking his phone, I think.
Maybe, maybe.
They're joking that Edgar is too rich to care. In terms of stack size, of course.
Yeah. There we go. John
Okay,
getting involved.
speaking of the devil, yeah, John. Are you familiar with the comic book character John Constantine?
Yes, yes. Oh, the movie character for me.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he should have dressed up. Is it Keanu Reeves that played that character?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. So I don't know. Actually, I don't know how nerdy you are, but I admit I'm quite nerdy. So there's a DC arc called Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Okay.
So they recently just remade. So DC comics are always, that's not like a coherent kind of storyline. So you just kind of have an idea and you just make something new up. And there's an animated movie called Remaking Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Okay.
And John Constantine plays a big role in that.
Oh, okay. He's making
Not
a
played
comeback.
by not played by Keanu Reeves because it's all animated.
Yeah, yeah.
And the original comic book character is actually from Liverpool. So I have never seen the movie. I don't know whether Keanu Reeves got a bit of an English accent on, but I'm guessing he didn't.
Yeah.
So.
Very nice.
Right, Daniel, short stack ninja here, defending his big blind against Ferdinand. Let's see the flop. Queen high. He's likely to see bet. Yep. When you see two juices on the board, it's pretty hard for your big blind defender to hit that board.
Yeah. Unless you're super deep, but this stack definitely you should be folding your queen deuce, your jack deuce offsuits. So really nice board for Ferdinand to pick up some chips.
Right, as we are going into a short break, I think this could be the last hand before the break.
It is.
We do have a very, very short stack in the shape of Daniel Lee. Only 11 big blinds.
Yep.
Let's go, uncle. Pocket eights. Beautiful. Okay, is John going to defend his big blind? Or is he looking to get refreshed?
I like that.
With that, a little tender moment. We are going on to a break. The chip leader is still John Constantino from the Philippines with 62 big blinds, closely followed by two other 40-ish big blind stacks. Daniel Lee will come back with less than 10 big blinds because the blinds are going up. So it's going to be a bit of a danger zone for him. Sam, what do you think so far after the first two levels in a bit?
Very fast pace of play. It's nice to see people are still going after it. The pace of play did slow down a little bit. Now that we're down to 6 players, they are getting very close to that 307,000. Like, one person is going to go home with that today. So it'd be nice to see. I will be jumping out of the booth and replaced by Vidur, and I believe you're staying on, Stephen?
I will. So after the break, do join us again. Go make a cup of tea and come back in about 10, 12 minutes time.
Sounds good.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Alright, all in a call. Ace King versus sixes. Ace King at risk. Up to flop. Flop is 8, 5, 5. Mr. Mao, is that you all in with the Ace King? No. I see Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim all in with the Ace King. Kim versus Kim. Up to the turn. Turn the 7 of diamonds. Kim Jae-jung needs an ace or a king on this river. The river is the 4 of diamonds, and that will be a good game for Kim.
I like that. Hey, or are you doing the light game?
And we've got another all in and a call. Who is ace 5 suited and at risk? All right, Vincent all in for his tournament life with ace-5 suited is currently dominated by ace-king. Vincent needs to find a 5 to stay alive. The flop is queen, jack, jack, 2 spades, and a club. Some chop outs here. The turn is the 10 of diamonds. Ace-king makes Broadway. Vincent needs a king for the chop. The river is the 7 of hearts.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Manila 2024. We are bringing you the main event final table. I'm Stephen Lai. I've been joined by Vidur Singhal. How are you today, sir?
Doing very well, Steven. Been following the coverage. What a main event final table it's been thus far. More eliminations than I expected, to be honest. And just like that, from 9, we're down to 6. 307,000 to play for up top, and I believe over 50,000 USD already locked up.
I know. And there were some very unlucky moments, but at the same time, you know, that's part of poker. And we have a chip leader that is he was quite overwhelming, but now he's slightly been kind of tracked back by the chasing packs. But we have one very short stack in the shape of Daniel Lee. So let's see whether he will find a double up in the next few minutes, I suppose, because he's down to around 8 big blinds already.
And perhaps the story of the session and the final table thus far is the man in the check shirt on the screen at the moment. Mr. John Costignano, local legend in the making, perhaps made already. Out now chip leader on the final table here. What a run it's been.
Oh, he's been playing very well, and he's been getting pretty good cards. So, well-deserved chip leadership. And I think Kim has been playing very well. He was short stacked for a while, but slightly grinding it back. In the camera, in the frame right now, is our friend from Mongolia. He's been playing a little bit slightly funny, but at the same time, hey, he's made this far. He has beaten 1,705 players, so who am I to criticize him?
Close.
Daniel Lee,
1,075. I'll just pedantically correct you.
75, yeah, that's it. I got the 75. Daniel Lee is the one who is at risk. So let's see whether he finds a double up.
And by the way,
soonish.
with Daniel stacked, the next pay jump obviously massive once again, going from 54 to 74,000 US.
Whew.
So making $20,000 by folding, as you and Sam have been discussing, is on the table.
Well, someone like Adgar from South Africa, he was folding quite a lot in the first hour of the stream, and 2 eliminations happened. So he basically just picked up, another 20 grand almost for free for folding. Uncle Ferdy, as we've been calling him, has picked up a good hand from the big blind. Ace, Queen off. He's going to 3-bet. The graphic is completely blocked the chip amount, so I'm afraid I have to wait for the graphics. To 1.6 million, 6.2 big blinds. And it's not going to get another customer, I don't think.
Can't afford it, John. But we'll show some discipline. The 2 Filipinos, the locals, the small and big, and the button is on Daniel. 8 bigs for Daniel Lee. What a run he's had as well, by the way. What I understand, pretty new to Poker Life Felts. Just about a year's worth of sort of commitment to the MTT Felts, including playing the World Series in the summer and then straight to APT Taipei, and now makes our main event final table. If that's not a great start, I don't know what is.
Well, we've had this conversation before, I think. I have this bold claim that every top pro is a lucky player.
Right.
Because you don't get to becoming a top pro if you don't do okay in the first 9 months to a year.
It's true. It's true.
And your first 9 months to a year, despite how clever and how much study you've done, it obviously isn't like world beating. But for one reason or another, you get a bit lucky, and then you kind of take off. And once you've taken off, sky's the limit.
And they do say, isn't some high school poster, like luck is opportunity meets preparation, something like that, right? And and Daniel apparently has been studying a lot, has found his commitment to the game, does really well in sort of the local events that he played, like micro stakes essentially, the daily buy-ins, $200, $400, then plays some of the circuit events for the World Series, plays the series, and now here he is. Joins us in APT Taipei, no scores, I believe, and now looking to perhaps the unpredictable. Go all the way, still long way to go, shortest stack at the moment, all eyes on him.
Well, one thing is for certain, he will go home with a minimum of 54,570 American dollars.
Definitely his largest score, with about 99,000 on his hand and mob. So not only does he cross 100k, but 150k in one go.
Not bad.
Did have some exits. I was watching a ton of the coverage with you and Sam in the booth, Stephen. Anything of note amongst the losing 3 players we Did in the first frame Vincent Huang, of course, Jae-Jung Kim, and Renji Mao most recently.
Yeah, Mao Renji was a bit unlucky, I think. You know, I think going into the table, I had Vincent Huang and Mao Renji as kind of the two more experienced players, shall I say? You know, like in quotes, better players, and they were quickly eliminated. And then Kim was getting very short in the camera right now, so I thought, wow, all my predictions were wrong. But yeah, sometimes that's how it is in poker. Anyway, back to the hand. Daniel is jammed from hijack with pocket sevens. And it's not much extra. It's 6 big blinds.
Yeah, this is
have
getting
to call
called. Here we go.
Threes.
That's what you want. Fantastic shape, about the best you can hope for in No Limit Hold'em. Let's see what happens.
Daniel is all in and at risk with pocket sevens. Is ahead of pocket threes.
Who are you gonna use it now?
Daniel uses his one time. He's the 4-1 favorite. Using it now. Just needs to fade at 3. Off to a flop. Flop 10-10 deuce. Very clean for Daniel. Just needs to fade the 2 outs. The turn is the ace of spades. Daniel just needs to fade 2 outs, has 96% equity. One time, the river. And a double up for Daniel.
There you go.
US of A.
Daniel is back. Almost 20 bigs in his stack. A new lease on life.
Perfect outcome for him. Especially because it wasn't the blinds who called off his jam, so he earned the extra small blind and big blind.
And Sandag from Mongolia will feel the pinch in chunk of change, the 2.5 million or so, but still plenty in the stack. 6.7 left.
Sander's been playing very relaxed poker. His whole demeanor is very relaxed. He kind of leans back quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
When he's in hand.
Well, I believe him and Ferdinand yesterday were lounging about in their chairs.
If we didn't tell you, we think it's a home game, huh? Not playing for 307,000 American dollars up top.
Exactly. That's what it felt like as well this year. Average home game vibe. Maybe you get up in the middle, go get some caffeine, skip a few hands.
Oh my god.
Alright, one hand penalty next. Okay. This is third, huh?
Oh, out to turn.
This level?
Third time out to turn.
One more time, I have to give you 3, sir. So please be careful.
Is that going to be a penalty or?
Yeah, it's just one hand penalty. So carrying on with the home game vibes. You
Exactly.
know, out of turn. Definitely what happens in a home game. So out in the open space, we have the Zodiac Classic Day 2, as well as the 2-day High Roller event.
Oh, Zodiac is done,
progress.
Stephen. And you know who
Oh,
shipped
so
it?
it's yesterday. Yeah, Joseph Chong, of course. Sorry.
That's right.
Double stack. I meant double stack. Double stack 2-day event, as well as the High Roller 2-day event. The day went off. By the way, if you are in Manila, it's not too late to jump in to the High Roller.
Not at all. About 25 entries at the moment, maybe 26. It's going to climb up to well above 50 is my guess. But could maybe have an overlay, all the more reason to jump in. And by the way, it's certainly not late to jump into a flight and join us just in 2 days at APT Phuoc in lovely Vietnam. Let's
The
not forget.
usual suspects. Sorry, go on, you go.
I was gonna say, Steven, let's not forget our friends on Facebook, by the way. Over 300 people watching just on Facebook. Understandable given the Mongolian and Filipino contingent on the table. We have some shoutouts for John. Go, John, go, says MJ Ramos. Friends of John C, clearly. Thanks to you guys. I think there is a chant for Uncle Ferdy. Let's go. Awesome. And I can translate some of the comments from Mongolian, at least whatever Facebook lets me. Some Mongolian support saying, you got this. Also, whoop, whoop, whoop. Thanks, Facebook translation. Appreciate that. And many, many other such supportive comments. Nice rail going on. Oh, the Jack is an action card.
Jack for Daniel. Perfect for him. But John picks up a second flush draw on the paddle board. Reverse pairs of the 7. So double paired board. Daniel having top pair.
Pretty comfortable spot for Daniel. Kind of hand you can check call easily.
I was just about to say that. I think check calling is
You certainly do want to check, because it's the kind of board that would induce some bluffs. Also,
check
John.
calling would be my line, I think.
Oh, he's blocking
But
it,
nope.
I assume.
He's blocking it, yeah.
Yeah, this is dangerous, though. The reason being that John has plenty of chips. That being said, the thing about block bets, they tend to work more often than they should. Your opponent just is not aggressive enough pouncing on them. The question is, what does John Costagnano see the situation as? He has to know. There is a way to blow off Daniel off anything but the nuts. Yeah, he's putting in a time bank. Could be contemplating a call, although given Daniel's stack, the bluffing frequency should be a bit lower, especially with this sizing.
I was gonna say it's definitely not a block bet, is it? You know, he's trying to value something. He's trying to value ace high, maybe.
I definitely take that back. 1 million into 1.4. And well done, likely getting checked back with the king high. So Daniel playing as though he can see his opponent's cards and getting the right result. Always impressive. And he's no longer short his stack. Steven Gabion king now. 17 bigs. The comeback is official.
So have they introduced those million biscuits yet? No, they're only still playing 500,000 biscuits. Okay. Daniel, 7 juice suited? Not today. Ace 3 off from UTG, which is actually hijack in a 6 max situation.
He doubled up.
If you were there,
10 juice suited is still not quite good enough. Right, BVB. Vida, would you happen to know whether John and Ferdinand have played each other regularly in the Philippines, in Manila?
No clue on that. They have played each other plenty at the main event, though.
Correct.
Well, just taking a look at their Hendon moms, they're similar. John with about 168k, Ferdinand 121k. They seem to love and be fantastic at the same game. No Limit Hold'em tournament poker, so chances are they run into each other. The local scene here is just thriving. Tons of support for both of them in the chat as well, so I wouldn't be surprised. And let me just shout out some support for Edgar as well. Was there in Facebook chat, says Edgar for the win. Been under the radar a bit.
It's kind of isolated on its own as well, like in terms of location.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Seven off in the big. All options on the table, I suppose. The raise is from Sandag. Would get a bit more respect from the hijack than later positions. Too good to fold, so he comes along. He's dominating his opponent. 3.57 million in his stack. That's good for 14 bigs. It comes 10, 6, 9, all spades. Fantastic flop considering his opponent's holdings for Sandag. Almost free rolling with the exception of an ace. 3 spades on the board though.
Pretty standard check for the big blind. Checks back. Have a little of a glance at Kim. Checks again. He thinks his ace could be good enough to showdown.
Good timing for the check. Sandag was not going anywhere.
Sander checks it back. River's a 3. Sander with the check mark with a pair of 9s. Pretty much call off any bet here. Checks, then he will check back and take a cheap showdown. Both players thought they had the showdown value. Yeah, show me the other card too. Yep, he did open 9-7 suited from the hijack. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, if you lose the pot, you might as well get some judgment out of it. Yeah, him at the bottom of the leaderboard. 14 bigs though. Just saw Daniel come back from 8, so nothing to fret about too much. You can see the floor pretty full. The double stack, as you mentioned, the high roller on as well. Some of our final events, one day of both streaming coverage and the festival left. But don't forget, straight to APT Fukuoka from here, back-to-back APTs. Come join us over 80 events in APT Fukuoka as well. And a $1 million guarantee on the main event, which is pretty cool for Vietnam actually. And I suspect that one will be exceeded.
Shout out to Christopher Davis, who just posted a South African flag emoji. I'm guessing he's supporting Kim. I'm not 100% sure, but go Edgar. So there you have it. Ferdinand the Great. Yes. 7-5 off. Flatting the small blind, completing the small blind to see the flop against, unfortunately, dominated by 10-5 suited.
Yeah, but this is
Flop
surprising
comes.
from Edgar. To me, it seems like a very easy steal spot. The shortest stack, limping the small blind. You don't really have a hand. You love playing post-flop 10-5. I mean, it is suited, but as we can see on this kind of a board, it's rendered useless so often. I think maybe a tad too passive from Edgar, but those spade jumps getting massive could be the reason. Just become a bit inertia affected, getting used to the idea of just making more and more money by not doing much. That being said, it's all about going for the 300,000 plus up top and the Mega Lion. And I think passive is not the way to go if you want to ship that.
See, to me, the line he took, which was checking behind the flop and then betting a queen high, queen jack high flop, I would much rather raise it up pre-flop and take it down pre.
Fair enough. Yeah, definitely took the perfect stab in position and essentially making the most of the short stack in that way.
Oh, Daniel has a hand. 20 big blinds deep. Ace king off. Go on, raise it up. Snap off a jam. Everyone's happy. Well, you'll be happy, Daniel. Oh, there it is. Fireworks potential is brewing.
Daniel's open.
King,
It's
queen
off
suited.
a medium stack. It's from under the gun. Yam has to give it a lot of credit. Reaching for a bunch of grays. Those are 100k a piece. And he's ripped it.
He's gone all in.
Oh, this is surely it. Gab is going to have 30%. 7.3 million in the middle. So what a spin up this is going to be from Daniel as well, who is down to just 8 bigs. Has the potential to cross over 9 million in chips. That's close to 35 bigs. Meanwhile, Gab at risk. Here we go. A big all-in coming.
We have an all-in and a call here at the APT main event. Final table. Kim Gang-yong all in for his tournament life. King Queen suited, covered by Daniel's Ace King. The flop. Is 9, 8, Jack. All spades. Kim
Yep,
needs
I'll take that flop.
an offsuit 10 or a queen. That's not a spade. Thank you for the assist. The turn. The 4 of clubs. Same outs remain. 10, offsuit 10, offsuit queen. The river. 4 of diamonds. Folks, please give it up for your 5th place. It is Kim Gab-yong of South Korea. 6th place, pardon me, 6th place.
Kim is one of the most well-known poker players from South Korea. Made a very deep run in the APT Manila 2024 main event. Unfortunately, having just been eliminated 6th.
54,000 USD for his efforts. Everybody else now getting a huge pay jump of about 20,000 USD. As you mentioned, Gab, Yong Kim, over 3 million USD on his live earnings hand in mob. Simply one of the game's best. Lose him in 6th place, and then there were 5. John Costignano and Ferdinand are the 2 locals. still battling it out. Very, very cool to see, especially considering we're at the APT Manila after a long time. Then let's not forget Daniel Lee. What a comeback he's made, up to about 9 million in chips. Man from Mongolia, Sandak, still sitting strong. That's a story and a half as well. $1,000 on his hand and mob before the APT main event. Has locked up 70k. What else is there to say except for to look onwards and upwards? 300k still possible. First place finish. Very much in the opportunity zone. And last but certainly not the least, shoutouts for him, by the way, repeatedly on Facebook, is Edgar from South Africa. Carol in chat, and most recently Jared in chat, saying Edgar for the win.
You're buying? I'm selling. I look the same.
Did see so many calls for 10 or queen in chat, Stephen, as you can tell as well. So many Koreans joining us.
If you're buying, I'm selling.
Perhaps ready to take our leave. GG.
Happy if you could stay on, carrying, watching. It's quite a good stream.
Look at those stacks, Stephen.
I did see a drop of about 100 viewers.
Yeah. Just notice the stacks once again. 4 stacks between 28 and 35 bigs, with 28 being the shortest stack. Very interesting dynamic. How do you think the ICM plays out?
Well, I think it's actually the risk premium is actually very low right now because everyone is so compressed. There's no difference. Like, you're not really, you really want to play chip EV now because everyone is kind of the same.
Yeah. Essentially, you can't make too much money by folding, as we've been saying. So you might as well go for it. $75,000 USD locked. 4 players away from the finish, and you can 4x how much you win. So this is the time to step up the gears. And look how compressed the stacks are now. 30, 30, 30, 30, 31, 34. That's insane.
So it's the right time to play good poker, solid good poker. Treat it like a home game, and just play your A game instead of worrying about, maybe I should fold a little bit tighter here. Maybe I should let someone die first. Nope, no one's gonna die before you if you don't make them dead. Pocket Kings from Daniel Lee. Wow, what did he do during the break? He must have done something right. Did he, I don't know, did he do some good deeds? Did he save a kitten or something? Because he's been picking up all sorts of good cards.
The poker cards are shining, as you just said. This is going to be tricky for Sandak as well. Has a proper holding in the form of ace-10 suited. The 3-bet is on the smaller side. Could get tempting.
Well, not that it matters, but Sander was the one who doubled up Daniel.
Yeah, pocket 3s, pocket 7s.
Correct. So, sometimes it plays in your mind. Am I the one doubling him up again and get eliminated?
And can I just say, just the way Sander called there, sort of not happy about it, a quick call. It did not smell of strength, but all of a sudden, the ace-10 has become the nut flush draw with 2 overs.
No one is folding this.
With stacks being as even as they are, we were just talking about it. Every pot so crucial. Not only could it put a big difference between the stacks, but honestly, both stacks at risk given the holdings.
What was that?
That was an all-in? No.
Oh,
Was
he's
it an
check
all-in?
raised, jammed it.
On the flop.
Oh, we're all in.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Sunduck all
The
in
chip
for
lead
his
pot.
tournament life with 2 overs and a flush draw. Ace 10 of clubs.
Oh, this is
Daniel's
just
pocket
massive.
king.
One of these players is going to be effectively eliminated based on the next 2 cards, and 16 million will go to the other.
Needs an ace or a club.
Burak.
Oh. Ace 10 all in tournament life?
Yes, for him.
Ace 10. All in for
Ace
tournament
10's
life.
at risk, yes.
Needs an ace or a club. Dealer, the turn is the king of hearts. Daniel turns top set, removes the 6 of clubs as an out. Any ace for an out. Sunduck needs a club that's not a 6. Dealer, the river is the 5 of hearts. Folks, please give it up for your 5th place finisher at APT Manila.
Oh my
Sunduck from
goodness.
Mongolia.
An unfortunate
Congratulations. Unfortunate flop, but congratulations to him because we're talking about his hand and mob having only 1,000 in earnings. Now he's taking home 70,000. So he was 71,000 on hand and mob.
GG to the man from Mongolia. What a pleasure it has been watching him on day 4, multiple feature tables. And John losing the chip lead and referring to how hot Daniel is running from worst to first, just like that. Perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, within an orbit.
Wow.
That is the man now in the chip lead.
Daniel Lee running like a god after the break. From 8 big blinds to being the chip leader. What a fairy tale.
Steve and I didn't even get the chance to highlight what the next page jump was, and we're down to 4 from 5. 97,000 USD now locked up, almost 6 figures in USD, 5.7 million Filipino pesos. And Justin Fairbanks reminding me in chat that he did start out as the chip leader indeed. First to worst to first. That's how it goes.
And we are down to 4 players. The next payout is $97,580. Juicy.
To repeat what you said, Steven, those must have been some proper offerings to the poker gods on the break. Sunrun is active.
Yes, we're just playing shadow boxing. So now it starts. The real game starts.
No deal question mark is in chat. No deal indeed. APT super transparent about deals. You tend not to see too many deals four-handed in my experience. Once we get down to 3, maybe a different question altogether. To the extent there's deals, there's any deal or there's talk of any deals, we will be happy to keep you posted. The APT in fact facilitates all deals. Cobain says, hey Steven and Sam. Sorry, Cobain. Sam is out of the booth. We'll be back shortly. But Steven is around.
Hello, Cobain. See you in Taipei very soon.
A jack of clubs on the turn is just a royal draw. Checking to the chip leader. Edgar knows Daniel is going to be playing the rush. And there you see him as eyeing his stack. The bet is incoming. Ah, now he checks it. Great timing, great instincts as well. 16 million in chips almost. Does not get carried away. An expression taught to me by an Indian pro, Vinod Megalmani. You can get drunk on chips. Daniel, though, not falling for it. And now Edgar, nice value bet with second pair. Should be unraisable in the big. Should have massive nut advantage considering the check back. So fearlessly value bets. Daniel doesn't really have something to pay off, but each pickup so crucial now. Just a handful of bigs will give Edgar a lot of comfort, not to mention with Daniel having most of the chips and John having the other half. Edgar needs to put some distance between himself and Ferdinand, who's bottom in chips. 27 bigs though. These are huge stacks to be playing four-handed. It is simply not something you can have experience in. Playing 40 bigs average, 4 max. Not too many formats of the game where you get to experience and practice that. So, question is, what strategy have the players brought in for this stage? Was there in chat a moment ago on Facebook had said, just your casual 5 max sit and go for 300k. Exactly. Except now with the quick elimination, it's a 4 max sit and go for 300k. Does help to have almost 100 locked up though. Just call it for 200k still. Stakes are just mind-boggling. Diamonds everywhere. Ace-3, 5-4 suited, opening it up. Ferdinand needs to be careful. The big blind is Daniel's. It's gonna come along. Does not 3-bet it. Daniel's story is unbelievable. A year into MTTs. Perhaps a year into taking poker seriously. His hand and mob reflects the same, and what a flop! The 7-6 of diamonds, open-ended straight flush draw for Ferdinand, and nut flush draw 1 over for Daniel. Oh my goodness, the poker gods are in the mood for action. A quick c-bet, and surely Daniel has to be considering blowing off Ferdinand off any sort of holding. The ICM pressure should be at a max, even though Ferdinand is bottom in chips. He started out with 27 bigs. Don't want to let yourself get eliminated with 27 bigs too easily. Oh, here we go. The biscuits are being grabbed. That is the raise to 2 million. And now what do you do? On the one hand, calling 1.4 million, having 4 million behind on this flop. There's not too many turns you can fold, at least profitably. On the other hand, do you want to commit with 5 high? This is a 6 spot. I suspect Ferdinand will at least call. I mean, folding this is just insane. And he goes all in, and the quick call from Daniel.
All in and a call.
Oh my goodness, here we go again.
Call on the flop. Ferdinand goes all in, and Daniel quickly calls. Ferdinand all in with an open-ended straight flush draw. Daniel calls the all in with the nut flush draw.
You want to give it the
Ace high versus 5 high. But 5 high has a lot of equity. It's a 3
This
and 8.
is
the
madness.
8 of diamonds or the 3 of diamonds. Dealer, the turn. 6 of spades does not help Ferdinand. Still the same amount of outs. Oh, pair outs are good too. No, pardon me. Pair outs are not good. Pardon me. It's a 3, 8. 8 of diamonds, 3 of diamonds.
Pair outs are good, Greg. 12 outs going once.
Dealer, the river. It's the deuce of clubs, folks. Please give it up for Ferdinand, your 4th place finisher here at the APT main event.
That's it for Uncle Ferdy, as chat has been calling him, Ferdinand Liu. What a performance. Finishing 4th place for an astounding 97,000 USD. Goes out in style, straight flush draw, not coming through. It went brick. Have to respect every part of his game. Came all the way, so close yet so far. Came down to a 40% situation, but the story of the hour, and could it be of the tournament, is Daniel Lee from the US. First to worst, and then the spin up to the absolute first. I think from his reaction after that bot, he himself couldn't believe it. But for the moment, shout out to the man on the screen, Ferdinand Liu, the Filipino, showing us what the locals are capable of. Leaves us in 4th place. One of 2 Filipinos on the table. There's the other one, John Costiniano. And there's Edgar from South Africa. And I can barely believe it. Just like that, we're down to 3. And once again, I barely had time to even mention the pay jump on offer. So Edgar and John Costiniano sitting there, watching that all in, and watching the previous one as well, have now guaranteed themselves 130,000 USD. South Africa, USA, and Philippines in the final 3. I love it. 3 different continents. The Asian Poker Tour. As global as it gets. And yet another monster, particularly 3-way for Daniel Lee. We talked about getting drunk on chips. I think when the poker gods are telling you it's your time, you can get drunk on chips, and it might just work. That being said, John Stack hasn't been active in a while, considering this man has just vacuumed up every other player's chips in the way. He does have 10 million and change. Well over 40 bigs. 40 bigs is a lot on any table. Daniel with over 50% of the chips in play. Edgar not too far away in chips. No real short stack, obviously, with 35 being the shortest. But also not too much difference between John and Edgar. It is a dynamic Daniel will be looking to take advantage of. And he's yet to even find out who's respecting ICM a bit more at the moment. As played, it seems like Edgar could be one of those players. Completely understandable. Before I don't get an opportunity, let me just say the next pay jump is 55,000 USD, going from 7.6 million locked up in the local Filipino peso to 10.8 million. 8 figures. Facebook chat, perhaps not as active, losing the Mongolian. That being said, we do have John from the Philippines, tons of support for him, as well as Edgar from South Africa, both having tons of support on Facebook. On YouTube, all of you watching, who knows Daniel? The chip leader. Would love to hear some stories about him. I'm sure some friends and family were messaged with the stream. Ace versus ace, button versus big blind, both suited. Daniel is not in the pot for once, these two players. Maybe will navigate cautiously, appropriately. Yeah, just a call. It is a very good 3-bet candidate, but John is respecting the open from Edgar. Would love to play a bit more comfortably. Jordan in chat says, I'm Daniel's roommate, he is a god. Well, so far, it seems like he just might be. I just took a look at the flop. Ace 3 deuce, 2 hearts. Oh, and Daniel traps in position. Obviously, feels like he has the board locked. There's no way for know how much value he could have got from the Ace 4, but now surely with 2 flush draws possible, both these players will be looking to charge their opponents. Oh, no way, Jordan and... Is it Clays? Talking about Lucky Chances Casino. I actually used to go there a ton. Lived in SF myself. But I'll get back to that in a moment because the situation is brewing here. John has let out on the turn, understandable. And now Edgar once again just trapping. Is hoping for no spade, ideally no 4, no 5 either. John might think he's ahead, and there is the nuts. John should not give Edgar credit for a flush draw. It went check, check on the flop with Edgar in position as the pre-flop aggressor. Without the kind of hand Edgar has, the nut flush draw with top pair, it is very unlikely for him to check a flush draw. As a result, John might just value bet this. There we see it. A ton of green chips and some biscuits. What a feeling for Edgar. His opponent betting into him while he holds the stone cold nuts. The donation thus far, 875k. It's a small bet, it's a blocker. And John knows this could be raised as a bluff. Steven, this is going to get painful.
Those rapid eliminations were painful as well.
Ooh.
Ace 4 of clubs. So he's unblocking every single heart. He's just got top pair. Against the button open. Difficult.
He makes the call, thinking his blocker is getting raised as a bluff, does not give his opponent credit for a flush, given the check on the flop, and this works out beautifully. Edgar, the beneficiary of an extra 50% or so to his stack.
Wow. So we now have Daniel Lee leading with almost 100 big blinds. Edgar from South Africa, 48 big blinds, and John Constantino is now the shortish stack with 20 odd big blinds. Someone is cheering for Daniel. Love you, Daniel. Good run. Good continues. Let's flopping go.
So, friends of Daniel mentioning a card room I actually played at a ton. Lucky Chances in...
How does it work?
Outside of San Francisco. Well, it's the closest card room to San Francisco, which means, you know, quick 20-minute, $30 Uber and you're there. And
Oh, it's a casino, is it? Okay, right.
Yeah, it is a casino. It's actually a very Asian-oriented casino, with the exception of the card room. Seems like Daniel is a veteran. They're calling him the Lucky Chances God. So Northern California being represented. You'd love to see it. As a fellow...
I'm not sure Daniel's family would like to see that comment.
Daniel folds to the resistance of Edgar, who picked up queens. Barely will feel the dent. 93 bigs at this stage.
Well, especially when you were the chip leader going to the final table, then dropped all the way down to 8 big blinds. Now you're sitting with over almost 100 big blinds. Isn't that a journey?
Clay's Bay in chat says he plays $300 Sunday tourneys at Lucky Chances and crashes them. This is bringing back wild memories. 10 years ago, I was playing $300 Sunday tourneys at Lucky Chances. Good to hear they're still around.
They sound really fun.
They were really fun. If I'm not mistaken, Matt Savage, famous tournament director, actually started out the poker room at Lucky Chances. So it had a decent amount of cred in the poker world. Also, all the traffic from the Bay Area could either choose to go an hour away to some silly San Jose fancy casino, or come 20 minutes away to a very, very local card room with some excellent noodles on the menu.
Okay, so I am totally unfamiliar with Americans' casino law. So California is completely legal to have casinos, or is it some kind of, what are the rules?
There were at least 3 options in California. There was one called Grayton, which was the other way. The chat will actually likely update me. My information is from 10 years ago when I lived there. And they tend to be on Indian reservations. But
okay.
Lucky Chances, not so much the case. And by the way, Jordan in chat says, I'm Filipino and I officially endorse Daniel Lee. I think Lucky Chances, in fact, was in a Filipino neighborhood. So some cross-intersection between support for the Filipinos and Americans. And by the way, Edgar takes down another one, raising from the button with 4-3 suited. The momentum is strong. 13.3 million now in his stack. Gordon says, shout out Daly City. That's right. I kept trying to remember where Lucky Chances was. But there you have it. Edgar now double of John C's stack.
The lonely man at the table. He's been sitting on his own for over 2 hours now. He has eliminated, well, his friends and table mates were eliminated one by one. leaving him as this only survivor. Wow, he's picking up cards. Wow, pocket jacks this time.
Edgar will come along, suited connectors, jacks crackers, as sometimes they might be. Oh, dangerous. Middle pair for Edgar, over pair for Daniel.
Thankfully, not too many clubs on the board. Otherwise, proper fireworks.
Yeah, I'm still not over the 7-6 diamonds flop when 5-4 of diamonds was in the hands of Ferdinand and ace-3 of diamonds with Daniel. The poker gods are having fun today. For now, bit of a classic situation, frankly, once somebody has an overpair versus middle pair. The damage could be mitigated depending on some scare cards coming out.
Daniel would be betting all sorts of overcards. It's not very often he will actually have a big pair. The ace might slow down the action.
Certainly a scare card. Does give the gut shot as well to Edgar. Could feel like he has too much of a hand to fold to any bet. That being said, Daniel is in position, has jacks, cannot give your opponent credit for an ace too easily. Just three-handed. It was a big blind call.
He bets again.
Could function as excellent value extraction here. Edgar in a heads-up pot. Certainly cannot easily fold this. Ace is the most obvious card for Daniel to represent. One more street will be seen.
So it's developing into a pretty big pot. 22 big blinds here.
Oh my goodness.
Reverse 2 pair.
Edgar clips it, the 21% equity. And as you said, a pretty big pot that is now going to go Edgar's way. Daniel with some not so run good for the first time in a long time. Edgar now up to 16 million. Look how much he's caught up to Daniel.
Woo!
How will day one to quarter blind? 600, 1200, 1200 grand. 6, 12, 12.
I must admit, Edgar has been very quiet for almost 3 hours. And now he is a very clear second chip lead in a three-way battle. The next payout is going to be six figure, 130,000 American. Wow. That's a big payout already.
Don't forget the next pay jump up to 185, and then all the glory and the goods, 307,000.
Very legitimate open from the button, King Jack off. Wow, folding A6 suited. Oh, no. Okay, no, that's Daniel's cards. Okay.
Yeah, there's no way. A6 suited, three-way is extremely strong. In fact, Daniel might be looking to just put all the pressure. Oh, the all-in glasses are on in advance.
Daniel would be like, could I borrow these?
Oh, he's ripped it.
Yes.
Back on to John. And by the way, this is not an easy fold Obviously, tons of big blinds, 22 left in his stack. But the chip leader putting all the pressure in the world could be much lighter than King Jack off. You have to start wondering, is this a flip and am I willing to take it with the pot odds? On the other hand, every once in a while, can I have my opponent dominated? Decides to let it go. It is the right decision given the equities, but now down to 5.5 million. Plenty of chips usually, but clear short stack on our table.
I think that jam was beautiful, by the way. I think if John was just 5 big blinds shorter, I think he would have called it off.
Yeah, you'd have to. Can't just let your opponent bully you. King Jack. Three-way is strong enough and pretty high up in terms of your range opening on the button. Three-way. Once you get some pot odds, as you mentioned, better pot odds if you have a shorter stack, I think you do have to take the gamble. We'll run into Queen Jack every once in a while.
We're on hand 76. King 9 suited. He's got all in written all. He's got all in written all over his face.
Oh, and there we go. Goes with it.
Wow,
And
got
Edgar
snap call.
snaps it.
Whoa.
Wow. Edgar completely dialed in and calls off the 18 big blind shove. And here we go. John needs a comeback. Edgar in the lead.
King 9 of diamonds covered by Edgar's ace 7 off.
I'm not questioning the call. I'm just questioning the speed of the call.
Very impressive considering he was ahead.
Dealer, the flop
There we go. John at risk.
is
Wow.
Ooh,
6,
never
7,
easy.
rainbow, 1
Never
diamond.
easy.
John flops an open-ended straight draw.
It's a flip now.
Backdoor flush draw. Pair outs are good. Dealer,
A flip,
the
or
turn
perhaps 6 figures.
is the 6 of diamonds. Even more
Oh my
outs
goodness.
for John.
Look at
Picks
the
up
outs counter.
Flush draw to go with his straight draw. Pair outs are good. Needs a diamond,
Flipping
a
on the 10.
a 5, a 9, or a king. Dealer, the river. The ace of clubs. Folks, please give it up for the Philippines, John! Third place, APT main event.
And that's that for the fantastic performance and the fantastic run of John Costiniano from the Philippines. One of the 2 locals making it into the top 4. Going out in 3rd place, an astounding 130,000 USD added to his Hendon mob, which by the way matches almost the entirety of what existed. No doubt a great catalyst for an upcoming poker career. A local legend in the making, no doubt. GG, sir. And at a speed and pace that I can barely believe, we are down to heads up at the APT Manila main event. Let's just take a moment to take a look at the last 4 eliminations. Once we came back from the break, Gabyeong Kim leaves us in 6th place, 54,000 USD. The Mongolian Sandak Dorj leaves us in 5th, 74,000. He did have a great run as well. Ferdinand Liu flops the open-ended straight flush draw against Daniel Sunrun, where he had the nut flush draw. Could not catch, left us just shy of 6 figures in USD. And most recently, John Costiniano walks away $130,000 richer, all off a 1,500 USD buy-in. And now we are playing for all of it. Whoever wins is going to take a seat to the left of that photo and have an APT line. You do not want to go anywhere as we take a 20-minute break. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We have an all-in and a call here at the APT main event final table. Daniel is all in and at risk with pocket sevens. Is ahead of pocket threes.
Why are you gonna use it now?
Daniel uses his one time, but he's a 4-1 favorite. Using it now. Just needs to fade a 3. Off to a flop. Flop, 10-10 deuce, very clean for Daniel. Just needs to fade 2 outs. The turn is the ace of spades. Daniel just needs to fade 2 outs, has 96% equity. One time, the river! And a double up for Daniel, US of A.
One time.
Again.
3 times.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
We have an all-in and a call here at the APT main event. Final table. Kim Gang-yong, all in for his tournament life. King Queen suited, covered by Daniel's Ace King. The flop. Is 9, 8, Jack. All spades. Kim needs an offsuit 10 or a queen. That's not a spade. Thank you for the assist. The turn. The 4 of clubs. Same outs remain. 10, offsuit 10, offsuit queen. The river. 4 of diamonds. Folks, please give it up for your 5th place. It is have an all-in and call on the flop.
Oh.
Sandak all in for his tournament life with 2 overs and a flush draw. Ace 10 of clubs versus Daniel's pocket kings. Daniel is to fade an ace or a club. Sandak needs an ace or a club. Sandak. Oh. Ace 10 all in for tournament life?
Yes, for him.
Ace 10, all in for his tournament life. Needs an ace or a club. Dealer, the turn is the king of hearts. Daniel turns top set, removes the 6 of clubs as an out. Any ace for an out. Sandak needs a club that's not a 6. Dealer, the river is the 5 of hearts. Folks, please give it up for your 5th. All in and a call. All in and a call on the flop. Ferdinand goes all in. And Daniel quickly calls. Ferdinand all in with an open-ended straight flush draw. Daniel calls the all in with a nut flush draw.
You want to give it the ball?
Ace high versus 5 high. 5 high has a lot of equity. It's a 3 and 8. The 8 of diamonds or the 3 of diamonds. Dealer, the turn. 6 of spades does not help Ferdinand. Still the same amount of outs. Oh, pair outs are good too. No, pardon me. Deal pair outs are not good. Pardon me. It's a 3, 8. 8 of diamonds, 3 of diamonds. Dealer, the river. It's the deuce of clubs, folks. Please give it up for Ferdinand, your 4th place finisher. Here at the APT in May.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour main event. We are coming to you live from the City of Dreams in Manila, and this is the heads up of the main event. What a journey it's been, and a quick one at that, going from about 6 players to heads up in the fastest span that I've seen it, covering APT final tables. My name is Vidar. I'm joined by Sam back in the booth. Sam, I just mentioned the previous session where you were out of the booth, Steven was in the booth. We saw the fastest eliminations from 6 to 2. In fact, we were covering Jeju. We saw a double elimination from 4 to 2. But at the time, it had taken hours and hours playing 4-handed, 5-handed. Here, bing, bang, boom. Daniel Lee from the US goes from 8 bigs to 95 bigs. And then Edgar from South Africa knocks out the local Filipino, John Costignano, in 3rd place. And that's it. We're down to heads up. 185,000 got locked up, but we did make a deal.
Yes, we did. We have confirmed the players are making a deal. They're about neck and neck in chips. Not too much of a difference. We do know Daniel, it's about his first year playing poker, so very reasonable to make a deal. Previous payouts were 307,000 and 184,000. We've been told that it's 255K for first and 235,000 for second, so a $20,000 heads-up match between the two players. Daniel Lee, just an insane comeback, and I can't believe how fast John just got decimated. He was looking very well in shape to take the whole thing down, and after a few rough hands, has unfortunately dropped out in 3rd place. Still a 6-figure payday.
Well, that's poker, folks. Still a 6-figure payday, as you mentioned, 130,000 USD or so. But now that pales in comparison to the amount both these players have locked up, almost 235,000 USD. That's about 13.8 million Filipino peso. And like you just mentioned, Sam, we will be playing heads up. The $20,000 obviously makes a difference. It's $20,000, but also the APT Mega Lion and all the glory on offer. I hate to say it, we don't like being results oriented in poker, but we don't put up banners for the main event runners-up finishers. We do for the main event winners. It's all to play for.
Final table. We are down to the final 2 players. Edgar Antizana of South Africa and Daniel Lee from the United States. Both are almost equally stacked. We got 22 million here, 20.5 million here. Let's check in with our friend here, Daniel. Daniel, wow, what a final table. Came in as the chip leader, became the shortest stacked, doubled up and then stacked 3 guys like within 5 hands. Tell me more about your experience here at the final table.
Yeah, I just try to, I wanted to play a solid game. I chose some spots and they didn't go well. But I guess I used up all my run good. So yeah, I don't know what to say.
Tell me about using your one time when you were a 4-1 favorite. What was your thinking there?
It's just like when you have like overpair, I feel like it always comes at the worst moments.
This is how you can tell he's been putting in a lot of volume lately in poker. Thank you so much, Daniel. And Edgar, wow. Hey, this is your first 6-figure cash. You've been grinding poker for many years. What's it mean to you to have made your first 6-figure cash?
That's fantastic. I've always been very close, so it's great. But I feel I've got the experience. I know these positions well, so looking forward to it.
And we don't see too many players from South Africa very often. May I ask what brought you out to APT Manila?
We normally go to Cambodia and Vietnam. We've never been to Manila, and it's a fantastic experience. We'll be coming more. There'll be more South Africans here, so you'll see more of us now.
I'm glad to hear it. I hope to see you more. And folks, this is our heads up of the final table. Folks, give it one more time, please, for Edgar Antizana of South Africa and Daniel Lee of the US of A.
It's heads up. The APT Lion, the Golden Lion, the Mega Lion, Mufasa is on the table. That is at stake along with $20,000 US. Once again, let me just clarify the deal. Essentially, a few million taken in the local currency from first place, flattened and added to second place, and second place is now locked to be 13.85 million Filipino peso. That's good for about 235,000 USD. And as a result, the champion will get about 255,000. So mind-boggling numbers locked up already for a 1,500 USD buy-in. Love seeing the support in the chat, both on Facebook and YouTube. You see tons of South African flags, tons of support for Daniel from the Bay Area in the US. Do see some support for Edgar on Facebook as well. Monica says good luck, Edgar. And some GGs and congrats for John Costiniano, our third place finisher, the last Filipino at our final table.
Here we go. Heads up, always very, very fun, very interesting. And a format that almost nobody studies until they've been here a few times. It's a completely different game than your full ring or even your short-handed.
I'm still not over what's occurred. Sam going from 6 to 2. Most of the time, I was not even getting enough time to settle in, discuss, announce, and process what the next pay jump would be, and we'd already hit it. I feel perhaps the players had the same experience, not really even realizing how much more money they'd made in terms of laddering up. And it was mostly because of this man, right until the end, that is, Daniel Lee. First to worst to first. What a story it would be. Meanwhile, Edgar as well. When we were three-handed, Sam, we had 3 different continents battling it out.
Yep.
Now, the US, the South Africa. Edgar Antizana said he has the experience. He's been close before, looking to close this one out. And look at those stacks. We're playing a 70 big effective heads-up sit-and-go for an APT Mega Lion.
Yeah, this is a very deep heads-up match. 75-ish big blinds, effective.
Yeah, Justin asking in chat. There's a deal, which means the levels are going to be halved, 30-minute levels instead of 60, but dare I say, at this stack depth, 30 minutes is plenty.
No, the players did not do an ICM deal. They just sort of rounded up the first and second place finishes, so they're playing for about 20,000 USD more for the first place finisher. 255,000 for first, 235,000 for second. Edgar with the check mark here on the Queen Jack 10-3-3 board. Actually goes check, check. Are deals allowed in APT Tour? Yes, they are. We are very player friendly. We want to help facilitate anything that the players may want. There we go. You don't see too many limps when they're this deep, 75 big blinds. But Daniel wants to get in there with the 7-5 in position. Flops himself a gut shot. Edgar with a very strong top pair here. Goes for the lead, which is very unorthodox. Oh my god, a 3-bet on the flop. This is getting to be very strange. Edgar is turning his king into a bluff.
It's heads up, Sam. Pure value.
But you're never getting called by worse.
There's draws to charge. There we go, Edgar. Unconventional. Perhaps even more unconventional is to show after 3-betting on the flop. Decides to show his opponent that he is never bluffing in that spot. Not sure I agree with that, but he does have the chip lead. A story about Daniel in the chat. Apparently he's thinking about starting a vlog, a poker vlog that is, and an APT main win would be a great start. Well, it certainly would be. I think I'll leave it to Sam to comment on poker vlogging, but nice to hear that the stars are aligning.
Yeah, that would be very cool to see it from his perspective. Just get a little bit of paperwork done. Eliminations, I guess we will see you later. Justin saying he just pushed a bunch of equity. What's not to like? I don't know. It's a case of better isn't going to fold and worse isn't going to continue. And flush draws and heads up account for like 10% of your range. If even that. And then having the 4 of clubs is also going to block a lot of those flush draws, so I don't know. Be interesting to see what his thoughts were on that hand.
Deep stacked heads up is just a whole different kind of beast. The players maybe out of their comfort zone and just bringing all kinds of unconventional strategies. In the case of the King 4 hand, Edgar took it down, taking now the slightest of chip leads. Hardly matters, at least at this stage.
자, 공기탕님 쇼타임 오픈합니다. 공기탕님 테이블로 와주시기 바랍니다.
King on the button for Daniel, definitely one to open. Edgar lets it go.
Mystery hand. Never know what he folded. 10-4. Never mind, we will know.
Edgar has crossed 500,000 on his hand and mob. Didn't mention how he's been close before. Has certainly exceeded his best life cash, which was 34,000 before today. Locking up 235, so he's exceeded it by 200k. That being said, in terms of closing things out, does have to lead in this heads-up battle. The last time around he won a tournament was in 2023. Apart from that, I see more second and third places than first. Could be a sign he's worked on his heads-up game as well.
Yep, absolutely.
15-minute break for you guys. High roller day 1, 15-minute break time.
Edgar going for a big raise here. 2.7 big blinds. Daniel will defend with a 7-4 of diamonds. Ace 10-9. Daniel flopping a flush draw here. Edgar, not too much to go with here, but does have quite a bit of showdown value with the king high. Quick check, and Daniel picking up bottom pair here on the turn. Daniel going for a large bet here. Trying to put the 10 or 9x into a rough spot of Edgar's. Takes it down.
Chat Pro asking, what's the minimum amount of money increment allowed on a deal between first and second? Essentially what we have, about 10% of the remaining prize pool. Give or take 20,000 USD, thanks to that huge pay jump between 185 or so and the 307,000 up top. It's actually a bit more in this case. We're playing for about 1.2 million Filipino pesos.
Daniel going for the limp. Edgar attacking, raising it up. 900k, 3 big blinds. Daniel will continue. Ace 9-4 rainbow. Daniel only flopping some backdoor straight draws. Get a backdoor flush draw magic, continue. But Edgar with a very quick check here on an ace 9-4.
Interesting perspective from Justin in chat. This is going to be the longest a golden Mega Lion has to take a flight, regardless of who wins. Either South Africa or the US. That is true. Germany to Taipei might be close. That was the very last main event.
Half pot bet here from Edgar. Daniel's pretty close decision with the gut shot. Decides to let it go.
Momentum for Edgar. 24 million in his stack. So Daniel from America, Edgar from South Africa. It's Edgar wearing the New York hat, obviously.
Yeah, where's Daniel's?
He's from the Bay Area.
Yeah. I was gonna say, where's his like Johannesburg shirt?
Oh, I see. It's all psychological warfare, Sam.
Yes. Yeah.
Does have the South African hoodie on, isn't that right? Those colors seem to correspond to the flag.
Does, yeah.
Nice lapel there, by the way. Flag on the inside is a classy move.
Oh yeah, that is cool.
Commotion in the background, the double stack and the high roller, the 2-day high roller. The one we will be covering tomorrow is on. And as we have over 1,000 of you watching across YouTube and Facebook, do not forget 2 days away from APT Fukuoka. We can barely believe it. Manila winding down, I suppose, now that we're heads up in the main event. It's all too real, the fact that the festival is approaching its endpoint. But the very next day, half the team flying to Fukuoka tomorrow, the other half joining as soon as the festival kicks off. And it's going to be right back into event number 1 with about 80 or so to go. Check out the schedule, apt.poker. Fukuoka, one of the coolest and prettiest destinations to play poker, at least that I've seen in Asia or perhaps the rest of the world as well. So if you're more family-oriented, if you're more beach-oriented, if you're more action-oriented, Vietnam and Fukuoka are the place to be. November 8th, it all kicks off.
Yeah, we are kicking it off with event number 1, the Vietnam National Cup. Only a 363 USD buy-in. Going to be a 2-day event, so you can register for flight A, B, C, D, or E on November 8th and 9th and play the final day on the 10th. That's how we kick things off in Fukuoka.
Justin in chat says, unfortunately, the dealer's choice closes registration in 4 minutes. Oh no. But I could punt like I did 2 days ago. Sign up before registration closes, let my stack dwindle, and then just play 2 hands and GG. And oh my goodness, trips for Edgar. Talk about momentum. And King High on this board, by the way, not the weakest of holdings.
Oh, quick check.
Edgar does like to trap in position. Another trap. That is just letting your opponent catch up. And now King High, perhaps worthy of an easy call. Just 300k into the 900k pot.
Just one big blind.
I think Daniel will be shocked at this showdown and take note. Edgar's check back range can be super nutted, even on the turn check back. So far, so good for Edgar. This can be a long, grueling battle. We're playing deep stacked heads up, 30-minute levels, slow increments. Both players would be well advised to take their time, really settle in, figure out how they want to approach this. Especially when you're deep stack, it's about finding edges and exploits against the particular opponent you're playing. Some theory can be thrown out the window, mind you. You're not going to be heads up for Mega Lion, especially the main event Mega Lion, too easily again. I believe nobody has yet to accomplish that unlikely feat, so can make decisions that are opponent dependent, and these two have played against each other today on day 4. Probably went home and did some homework on each other. It's time to put that all into action. Justin says in chat, I do notice that when a deal happens, heads up, the players are more willing to bluff, massive, and call off light. Absolutely. It's almost something they have to overcome. But I think the way heads up has gone thus far, they seem very dialed in. What's happened to Daniel's rail, by the way? Suddenly not as active. Distracted perhaps by the election results in the US. Come back, guys. Keep the Daniel stories coming. As well as Edgar. Did hear from Daniel's friends in his local card room. Edgar, longtime poker player, has the experience. 500,000 on his hand and mob. I'm sure there are some people in the chat who played with him as well. There we see Gary helping me out. Edgar is from Port Elizabeth in South Africa. Good luck.
There you go. Steve letting us know that all of Daniel's roommates are going to sleep. Got work early tomorrow.
No way. He's heads up. He's gonna see the coverage and the stream and the chat once he's done, one way or another. How do you want to come off, Steve? How much of the party price pool do you want to share off? 235,000 USD locked up.
Edgar going to take a stab here. Jack high. Daniel continues with the call. Huge brick on the river. Can Edgar fire again? 1 million. I think Daniel's got a nice call. Edgar, that was a very fast bet from Edgar, and I think he would take a little bit more time if he had a 10. Think about if he does want to bet this for value or not. You know, a hand like 10-9 without a club.
It's heads up. You have a pair. Any pair heads up. Supposed to be good.
Daniel going to turn his hand into a bluff. Going to work right away.
I like it even more. Add one club.
Yeah, has a pair.
And just given the action, making the most of Edgar's cap range with the exception of flushes. Getting the job done, evening out stacks once again. Truly anyone's tournament to win. There we go. Mr. Ong says, I'll stay for Daniel. Meanwhile, Used Prodigy in chat says, gotta stay for Edgar. He's going to smash this. That's the rail I like to see. Hands for Daniel.
That's a big hand. Oh, this could get big. Let's see if we see a 4-bet here. Pocket 10's incredibly strong heads up. Yeah, I think he'd go around 5 mil here. There it is, the 4-bet incoming. Ooh, big. That's very big. 6 mil.
20 bigs. Good timing for the big 4-bet. He's aiming for a fold. It would fold out so much equity. You don't see this sizing in position too often in 4-bets.
Edgar doesn't look done with it.
Snaps it. He's been snapping a ton. You mentioned the quick fire on the final street as a bluff in the last hand. Actually, all his actions have been that fast. And look at this spot. 1 SPR and a few, despite how deep we started out. Is this going to be a quick heads up the way we got from 6 to 2? All comes down to this flop.
SPR is tiny here, 12 mil. I think I prefer Daniel to go a little bit smaller. He is in position, so he gets a lot more playability. And the SPR is a little bit bigger. 4-4 deuce. Very clean flop for the 10s. Edgar checking it over. Daniel does not want to get trappy here. Too many overcards in Edgar's range that can continue.
It's a dream flop, but with 10s, no point giving free cards. With aces, maybe
You do have to worry about your opponent trapping with aces or kings. Goes for 4.5 million.
It's chunky, and it disincentivizes the exact kind of hand Edgar has. I think Daniel knows where he's at. Every once in a while, you're right, Sam. The trap could be in play, but Daniel, with 10s on the 4-4 deuce, I think he's just willing to go with it. Mind you, this does extract from 9s, 8s, and all the pairs below as well. Not to mention, puts hands such as Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen in a very tough spot. King-Queen seems like a lot more foldable.
Oh, are we going to see a jam here? Turning his king-queen into a bluff? Without a heart, it's kind of crazy because Daniel could just call off even if he was bluffing with like ace-queen of hearts here.
He's cut out the chips, and the big chips, that is, the plaques, but decides to let it go, and the chip lead swings in Daniel's favor.
Wow. Well played by Daniel. Managed to go slightly bigger and get a king-queen offsuit to call out of position for like 3.5x off a 4-bet. That is very nice value extracted from Daniel. Shuts it down on the flop. Another pretty chunky bet. Just over a third.
And all of a sudden, it's looking closer to 2-1. 91 bigs for Daniel, 52 for Edgar. Both rails super active now. Melinda says, do we get a cut for staying up for Big Daniel? That's between you and him. Midnight in California, says Melinda, and we're still here for you, Daniel. Love it. Kevin informing us, a lot of Daniel's friends are playing at a home game right now and watching together.
That's awesome.
Sounds about right. That's the way to do it. Jack on the flop for Edgar. Some rebate potential. Oh, Edgar popped in Facebook chat on his break. There we go, the players. Seeing the stream clearly. Loving the support.
Daniel will continue for that size. Bottom pair, flush draw. Flush draw outs are no good though. Deuce of spades on the river. Quick check back from Edgar there. Didn't bet his flop top pair there.
We saw him in a hand three-way bet middle pair for value. Heads up though. Decides that he wants to ensure he picks up this one without getting into too dicey a spot.
Nine-five offsuit for Daniel.
Mystery hand, let's play along. Never mind. Queen jack off. Very strong, by the way. Just a call. Shorter stack, but he has 50 bigs. Plays cautiously. Gets out flopped. It is important in heads up, especially when you're deep stacked. Assumably, it's going to last longer than your average heads up. To set a tone, set a dynamic. Why I mentioned this, Daniel here can comfortably value bet his middle pair. Pretty standard in heads up, but if Edgar is just never check raising, whether as a bluff or with medium strength hands, will just give free rein to Daniel, especially in position.
Yeah. One of the interesting ways to combat aggressive players is actually just to fight them back with even more aggression. They're going to be out of line, the range is going to be a lot wider than it should be, so you do get to attack it quite often, and if you do just try to like call down with top pair, you kind of just play into their game, and they get full equity realization every hand. And sometimes a board can run out very nasty for your top pair, and they just manage to pick up more and more pots.
Yeah, it's like you're just going to sit there and wait to be coolered otherwise, because they'll be betting, and when they have it, you'll have to pay it off. Instead, you want to play the psychological warfare aspect of the game a little bit as well and discourage the aggression. Plenty of moments to do so, just pointing it out for the future. Can't make it too easy, too passive. Aggression in poker means two things. Essentially, you raise when you have it, and you raise when you don't have it. How to do both. Ace high board, Edgar solidly in the lead. He's been checking back to trap, but this kind of a board, ace 8 queen, 2 clubs.
Checks back before a camera can get to him.
Yeah, exactly. He has been playing exceedingly fast, can respect that, but on a board as wet as this is essentially a tricky trap, and it's worked. Daniel falls for it. Edgar getting value in a spot many wouldn't. This check back working perfectly. 2 flush draws possible, still just flat calls. Is keeping his range super wide, has the ace of diamonds. 8 changes nothing. Any ace now chopping with the queen kicker. Daniel gives up.
Wow, Edgar not betting the top pair here. That's just a little bit too tight. Top pair and heads up is good for 3 streets and only goes for 1 street. A single half pot bet. It's going to be tough to accumulate chips waiting for stronger hands and top pair heads up.
And if I could guess about the theory of mind here, I think Edgar, being as trappy as he is, giving Daniel too much credit for a trap there with an 8.
Yeah, but we did see a couple of Daniel showdowns, so Edgar should see that he is checking those medium strength hands. You know, 8, he's happy to check call them rather than to go and fire out a pretty chunky turn bet there.
That's right, thinking back to when Daniel had the 8-6.
Yeah, no, he didn't see that showdown because Daniel bluff raised him, but with the 9-3, checking back the bottom pair, just playing it's a check call, check call line. Jack 4-3. Do we see another lead from Edgar? No, decides to check it this time. Queen 8 might function a little bit better as a check back. See, he's getting min raised here. It's one of those hands that better doesn't fold, worse doesn't call. When that happens, you generally don't want to put chips into the middle.
Melinda supporting Daniel says go big or go home. They've both gone big to begin with. 235,000 US dollars locked up. So what is that on 1500, Sam? 150x.
Wow, Edgar folding the Jack 8. Daniel finding a really nice spot to pick up a couple blinds there.
Lines up for the high roller day one, 2,000.
Two competing heads-up styles tangoing. Early advantage for Edgar now. Daniel in pole position, but no danger zone reach just yet. We're always highlighting some heads-up milestones. 2-1. Any all-in with flip stacks. This is a unique one. We're very, very deep. 3-1. This is where you want to be as a chip leader. Even an all-in doesn't give your opponent the chip lead.
Yep.
Much, much closer than either milestone at the moment. About 60 to 85. Could be a ways to go in this one. The opponent's being pretty snug. What it comes down to, deep stack, is there 3-betting and 3-bet calling pre-flop? That's when pots really start to build. With an ante, in theory, if you take a look at heads-up charts, you can start 3-betting aces, especially medium aces.
10K added value when you play in any APT Manila live event. Also, you get an extra $210 mystery box ticket when you play at the APT main event or any APT.
Wow, Edgar limping ace deuce here. Getting really trappy. Daniel gets to see a free flop here with a 10-4 off. King 5-6. Two hearts. Neither player connecting here. Edgar still with the best of it. Quick check back.
And $100,000 top donkey. Players from India, Japan, and the Philippines.
Edgar fires, takes it down with the best hand. After being under-rep 2 streets. The board being super wet denies whatever equity Daniel might have or charges and gets the fold, so about 60 to 80. I was mentioning pre-flop pots being 3-bet. In this case, they were limped, so there's liking the deep stack nature of heads up, it seems. Want to play post-flop with a ton of blinds behind. Every tiny deviation from the norm is an opportunity. If Edgar is limping or trapping too much, Daniel can take advantage at the same time. If Daniel ramps up the aggression too much, Edgar's conservatism will actually end up with the advantage. Another clarification asked for with respect to the deal, 235,000 USD locked up as per the APT deal rules. Got to play for at least 10%. The player's doing a bit more than that. 20,000 USD being played for up top. About 1.2 million Filipino peso to be precise. And of course the APT lion right in the middle of the table at the moment. The mega lion, the one that gets you all the glory, all the banners. It will be making its way to either the US, the Bay Area, or to South Africa. And boys, for when you watch this stream, or those who are railing Edgar and Daniel, don't forget my rule, the APT Lion has to have its own seat on the flight back. 235,000 USD locked up. They can certainly afford it. And it must be the same class you're flying as well. I don't want no coach if you're flying business.
Less than 1 minute left for the BD main event flight A. More players, please. Take a seat. Once again, mini main event, flight A. New blinds, 1,000, 1,500, and 1,540. Once again, 1,000, 1,500, and 1,540. Tournament killers, start shuffling. Welcome to the mini main flight A, to deal.
Daniel want to go for it.
If Daniel checks and gives up, I'm actually more curious about whether Edgar... Yeah, actually, action was on Edgar, and he's gonna... Well, never mind. I'm a bit confused. Daniel seems to have bluffed at it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and Edgar
right.
called.
Yeah, Edgar with a very easy call. Ace-Ace, 8-8 on the board, King High. So likely to be the best hand. I was wondering if Daniel gave up, whether Edgar would value bet the king. Again, it's actually pretty common in heads up to do that.
I don't think he would. He's been checking back some flop top pairs. Even top pair, the ace-4 comes to mind. I think King High might be... I think he's just happy to play small ball poker right now. Perhaps just waiting to suss out his opponent a little bit.
Well, we are about 20 minutes away from the break. Levels are going to be shortened, so 30-minute levels now. It's plenty. Lines are at 150, 300, so the next jump is the big one though. 200, 400.
Queen, Jack, 6. Edgar flopping the best of it here. Check back from Daniel and hitting the 7 on the turn. It's going to cost him. Nine of spades on the river. Very connected run out. Edgar with a very small block bet here on the river. Gets paid.
Sam, dead even.
Dead even.
Right back where we started. Edgar with the slightest of chip leads. However, the players really have settled in now. Tons of information, no doubt, about each other's game has been learned. Wonder how that manifests itself. Story on Daniel Lee never ceases to amaze me. About a year into his MTT career.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane.
Seems to be a local hero, though. I don't think you caught this, Sam, in the last frame, but he plays frequently at the card room. I used to play at a lot in San Francisco. The $300 Sunday tournament, a local favorite, seems to be a top reg for that tournament.
Which San Francisco casino is this?
It's called Lucky Chances in Daly City. It's the closest one to the main city of San Francisco. There are arguably more aesthetically pleasing ones an hour or so drive away, but Lucky Chances has a huge following for a good reason.
Oh, Edgar flopping huge on here. And turns the nuts, essentially. Daniel's just never going to have a full house on this board.
Edgar once again checked the flush draw, and it actually did get him paid off against John Costignano when he did have the nut flush draw. Much rarer to check the second nut flush draw, but now he does have the nut flush. Shouldn't get credit for it. That being said, Daniel just has 6 high. He has let out. Daniel drawing dead with the 6 high, of course, and Edgar just calls. Another spade is good news for Daniel. Could save him some chips. Less likely to bluff now. Spade's a huge part of Edgar's range after checking the flop and calling the turn, and Daniel does wave the white flag. Not a big pot, but one that's going to go Edgar's way.
$1 million is the bet. Daniel just releases.
There you see the graphic, 256,000 and change to the champion. An extra 20k or so. A limp now with the jack, 5 rags on the button. Edgar has a premium when it comes to heads up. Quick raise and a fold.
Oh, with a pretty big sizing there this time, 1.1 mil. It went 3x last time. Upping it to 3.7 now.
KC in chat says go, go, go. Who are you supporting, KC?
We are hand number 100 of the day coming up.
On the one hand, that is quick. On the other hand, that is far from over. I mean, just look at these stacks. I've seen this story before, Sam, thinking back to 2023 APT Taipei. Came down to Punat Punsri, and I believe his name was Soo Kim from Korea. I think the heads up lasted longer than the final table.
Wow.
Especially considering it was, I believe, a 9-1 chip lead. This case even stacks. Even more of a challenge. Tough to imagine how these two feel at this moment. The more time that passes, the more your nerves actually catch up to you. Adrenaline perhaps wearing off. You can process how much you've achieved thus far and have to make sure it doesn't get in the way in terms of closing things out. Are in chat asking us where we're from, Sam.
Are we from the Philippines? We are not, and this is a big one. Daniel with top pair, Edgar with bottom 2. This could be a big, big, big pot. Daniel starts off with a bet. Edgar hasn't been check raising too many bluffs. Wow, just calls. Setting the trap once again. 10 of clubs on the turn.
Would love to see a check raise with bottom 2 on the flop. When you unblock top pair, it is actually way more likely for your opponent to have the kind of hand Daniel has. Now Daniel still has top pair thanks to the 10. The board a bit more connected. Daniel actually should be looking to extract value. Top pair is good enough. A lot of hands will have pairs and straight draws with the 10 coming in. Or indeed, plenty of equity to deny as well. He does bet it. Edgar, 82% to take this one down. As long as there's no 10, 7, or queen.
I think a 6 as well. No, he's got a 6 in his hand.
Yeah, that brought him up.
Yeah. It'll give Daniel 2 pair, though.
That would
That's
be
what I was thinking.
likely the best card, actually, the 6.
Yeah.
For Edgar, that is. And now he just calls once again out of position. The board is dangerous. Tons of action killers. There's one of them. And now Daniel. Can't think he's ahead all the time, is going to get the relatively good news that he did not get raised on the flop. His commitment to the pot remained to just 1.7 million.
This is less than 6 big blinds for what could have been the end of this tournament.
Absolutely. Here's some Daniel lore that we've been looking for. He used to be an esports pro. Very cool.
Okay.
Certainly do see a lot of overlap between esports and poker. Including our producer, by the way, Kelvin. Manages esports teams in Malaysia and plays himself. And shipped a baby lion a few days ago. This is about the moment after I request chat to help me out, tell us a bit more about the players, that things go a bit out of line. For instance, people saying Daniel is amazing at everything he does, everything he touches. And this is when the trolling begins.
Yeah. What was he, the first man on the moon? Is that what you're going to tell us next? I do enjoy the made-up facts, though. Edgar limping, Daniel attacking the limp with the 7 deuce.
Steve, by the way, says that Daniel was captain of their university's Overwatch team, and this is my age showing, but I did not realize universities have Overwatch teams.
Maybe just a group of friends. Edgar flopping huge on this board, 10-8-4.
Oh, he's doing it. 7 deuce. Bad timing for it. Edgar just has the board unlocked, but this is kind of what I was talking about, Sam. When Daniel knows he's unlikely to get raised, he can just take more stabs, and now Edgar raises it in position. Awkward timing. Folds out the very worst hand.
Daniel going to think about floating out of position here? Try and steal it away somehow? No, just lets it go.
Proper lead, though, for Edgar. 26-16. Just about 6 minutes, maybe 7 away from the break. Players will get to, like I said, process where they're at. Game into heads up, even stacked. Let's see where they end up at the break. 88-54. Would be a big momentum boost psychologically for one of these players.
Players Bay is asking for a Lucky Chances APT. Don't think it's going to be happening, the Asian Poker Tour, and if it does, come to Canada first.
But what you can do is root for an APT Mega Lion to come to Lucky Chances. Daniel in the running. They did have an amazing restaurant at Lucky Chances. Used to visit it late at night, even without the poker. Is that still around, chat? King 6 battling Queen 9 and diamonds everywhere. Daniel with the nut flush draw. Edgar with a decent draw himself. And it goes check check, as has become the norm in this heads up. Another deuce. Daniel with the best hand, best draw. And now Edgar will bluff at it, a delayed bet. He did this with ace high this time again, a hand that has showdown value, trying to deny equity. Let's run into all kinds of better hands, better hand and better draw as well. Oh, that's a ton of chips being grabbed, and I did think that Daniel might just have it up his sleeve to check raise this when he checked so quickly on the turn as well. Edgar hating life, but not much of a hand. Can let this go pretty easily. Flush draw not worth too much. Oh my goodness, he's come along. He has to think queen high is good often enough. Can't just be drawing to the diamond, but a diamond would be disastrous. Does have more outs than you'd think. All the pairs live. 4 for a chop as well. And there is the chop. That being said, does Daniel want to let this go to showdown after check raising the turn? Mind you, Daniel's the one having checked behind on the big blind pre-flop. That can have deuces. As played. Would check raise the turn with a deuce. Now would have boated up. Has to worry about Edgar's calling range with the king of diamonds in his own hand. That being said, this is heads up. There's plenty of single diamond hands that are calling. As we can see, Edgar has queen 9.
4 mil? I like it. I like the size a lot.
Super polar.
Yeah. He knows that Edgar's been folding quite a bit on the button, so it's going to be tough for him to have those offsuit 4 and deuce X combos. Right, if he's letting go of 10-4, offsuit, those kind of hands. Makes so Daniel has a ton more full houses in his range. Edgar, I think he can just let this go. He's calling 4 mil to win 2. It is a terrible price.
Does make the call. An impressive hero call for the chop and gets shown the good news. And Daniel, clearly in shock. So that's how it's going to be. You cannot blow Edgar away from a chop, my friend. Maintains what is now a decent chip lead. Daniel is going to be thinking about that one for a while. We're 3 minutes away from the break, mind you. The blinds are going to go up to 200, 400. Stacks reduced by 25%. 30-minute levels now that a deal has been made as per the rules. That showdown by Edgar is one for the books. Calls a check raise on the turn with queen high. Calls on the river on the double paired monotone flop board. And confidently reminds his opponent, it's a chop. A limp by Daniel with a hand that's pretty strong heads up, but good timing for it. Edgar has a premium. Goes 4x once again. 3.3, pardon me. 1 million is the raise. Not as big as last time. Daniel does come along. Queen 4 deuce, rainbow, extremely dry board. Edgar would do well to continuation bet on a board this dry. He is ahead. Suspect he's planning to check call. Can Daniel start repping essentially a queen? Decides not to. Knows Edgar is very capable of traps, especially in a board like this. And now the jack for the essential lock on the hand. Dream card for Edgar. But he checks it once more. The man loves to trap. It's worked plenty of times on Daniel. This time, enough showdown value perhaps. Edgar's hand looks like what it did look like a moment ago, an ace high. Now with the jack, Daniel decides he can get better hands such as the ace rags to fold, and how wrong he is. Edgar's trap has worked once more. He is exploiting Daniel. considerably with his style of play, and now he's check-raised it. And this just looks so strong.
It was snap check raised as well.
$1.7 million added to his stack, and there we are at a milestone. A 2-1 chip lead for Edgar.
Yep. We are heading into a short break now. The players will have some time. I'm sure they'll be checking out the stream, trying to find some showdowns, see what's going on with their opponent. And I'm sure they'll come back ready to go. So folks, don't go anywhere. We'll take a very short break and we will see you again shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
have of time, ladies and leaders. 12,000 peso buying and 30,000 starting shares. Who want to join this tournament? Please come to registration.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the final heads-up match of the main event here at the APT Manila 2024. We have Edgar Antizana sitting on 95 big blinds, good for 28 million, versus Daniel Lee from the United States sitting on 48 big blinds, exactly half his stack at 14 million. That's right, Edgar has a 2-1 lead right now to close this whole thing out. 255,000 USD for first, with 235,000 going to the runner-up, and of course the Golden Mega Lion Trophy still to play for. My name is Sam Insel. I'm joined as always by Vidur Singhal.
Well, these two have locked up an astounding 235,000 USD, but with the whole heads-up session we saw before, we can see they're both in it to win it. No lack of focus, no lack of determination to get all the glory, and that beautiful APT Lion you see on the screen at the moment. The prize pool 1.7 million thanks to the guarantee, over 1,000 participants. And it comes down to these two from two very different parts of the world, South Africa and the US. Love to see their reels in chat, by the way. Plenty of support and plenty of stories coming in. Seems like Daniel has only been playing, and this is from his mouth, not just the chat, only been playing poker since January. Here we are in November, and he's about to be essentially one of the winningest players at the APT. This is just a dream run. Right now has a chip deficit to try and overcome. That being said, these guys started out heads up so deep. This is extremely surmountable, as most heads up chip deficits are, but certainly when you're playing almost 40 big blinds deep.
Yep. Just going to give Edgar a little bit of time to get back to the table. Daniel settling in. Still has a healthy stack. No.
Should be at about 36 bigs at the moment.
Yeah, so it's 48 when they left the break. They are jumping up in stakes, so I believe 200, 400k, so a big hefty jump there. 33% increase.
The players struck a deal. They were essentially dead even in chips, give or take a million or two. But what's a million or two amongst friends as you strike a deal? So they both locked up the same amount, essentially moving second place prize to 235,000 USD. Those plaques, by the way, in case you haven't seen them before, the biscuits, they're worth 500,000 in chips, which means each of them, Sam, is 12.5 buy-ins.
Yeah, that's insane.
12.5 buy-ins is quick high school
18K.
math. Yeah, 18K.
Yeah, just over.
18K per chip.
I know, right?
Even Casino Royale, the movie, would be impressed by that.
Yeah, and we will be moving on to the 1 million plaques in a few levels. Those are going to be worth 38,000 USD a plaque if you converted them from starting stacks. I don't think I've ever seen a chip worth more than 25,000 US. Now that I think about it. But come into hand number 1 after the break. King 5 of diamonds for Daniel Lee, flopping a very strong flush draw, and Edgar flopped himself a gut shot and now bottom pair. Wow, look at that river. Daniel making his flush. Edgar rivering a very disguised trips here.
Worst card in the deck for Edgar. He has been on the passive side, and now can he find the passive just call when he's bet into by Daniel? This is heads up. Trips are just so strong. He should be raising this, but in the case of the specific holdings, looks like he has raised it. I cannot blame him. He has trips, heads up, disguised trips as you call them, Sam. And now how does Daniel feel with the second nut flush draw on a paired board? Again, we're heads up and we're deep. It would not be unconventional at all to 3-bet this for value.
I think he has a mandatory 3-bet here for value. He should only lose to the nut flush here. As Edgar, I can't imagine him checking back Jack 3, 9-3, 7-3, or pocket jacks 9-7s on flop and turn.
I can't imagine him checking back the nut flush draw either, so all the more reason to bump up the stakes. 3 bets on the river should be incoming.
Daniel does have hands to balance this with that can bluff. Something like ace 7 with the ace of diamonds, ace 9 with the ace of diamonds. A ton of hands. A very good removal. They can go for the 3-bet, and he can go quite large here. Let's see what size he picks. I heard it looked like a verbal. We bet it up to 6 million. Here we go. Now what do you do now with trips? Your trips aren't very strong. There is a flush out there. It's tough.
It's a bluff catcher, but let's just think back to as we just discussed.
Whoa,
as played.
all in. Edgar just snap shoves his 3 as a... Is he turning his 3 into a bluff?
Oh my goodness, 4 bets on the river, and this has to be a bluff. I mean, he's essentially turned his 3s into a full house blocker. And Daniel in a 6th spot, but he just has 7.5 million left. What a hand coming back from the break. An absolutely different gear being found.
That was such a fast all-in. I think Daniel might be able to rule out the nut flush now. As Edgar, I think, would need a little bit of time to think about it before jamming it in there.
If Daniel can find the call, he would have swapped stacks and take the massive chip lead.
This is not an easy spot, and he's only got a minute to think about it. I mean, it's really tough for Edgar to have a full house here. Like, really, really tough. And I think you can start to rule out a few nut flushes now, just based on the speed. Does make the call, and look at that. Daniel's going to win this 28 million chip pot on hand number 1 after the break.
All in and call on the river. Daniel calls it all in, gets the double up with the king high.
Oh my goodness, a 4-bet on the river from Edgar, and Daniel manages to find the hero call.
I have to say that was a sick bluff. I mean, Edgar also uniquely capable of trapping a couple of streets with monster holdings based on the play we'd seen so far, but you know, Daniel hadn't. And obviously Daniel had the second nut flush. So much invested. Made essentially a hero call with the second nut flush on the river facing the 4th bet. You don't see that every day, and he is rewarded.
Yeah, a 4-bet river bluff using his trips.
Sick.
Yeah. Got to give it to Edgar for going for it there. Wow, and look at that. The stacks have swapped. Daniel up to 28.2 million. I think it's a new peak for him.
Oh, Sam, he's losing all his biscuits.
And a few whites as well. That is rough.
Edgar taking it as well as he can, given the situation and the stakes. He needs to not let the moment get to him. He made a move. He swapped stacks. He can easily do it again.
Yeah.
What a move it was. It's one thing to make the move. It's another to snap 4-bet jam.
Yeah, I wonder if it has a bit more credibility if you think a little bit. If there is like a small tank before you jam. Because a 4-bet, I mean, it does require quite a bit of thought. I think some full houses might even just want to check back. Or just call the 3-bet like the weakest ones.
I have to say, Sam, from my live experience, snaps tend to be nutted. I mean, either they're nutted or there's some sort of reverse tell where, you know, you're trying to get your opponent to not fire another street when you have a draw or something like that.
Yeah.
A 4-bet snap on the river as a bluff. If it's immediate, I'm actually weighting it more towards value. I mean, you have to wonder, how does one find a bluff without taking their time?
Yeah. Yeah, very true.
Oh, and another pot is brewing, and Edgar is on the wrong side of it. Second pair versus top pair, and Daniel will be firing on this wet board with top pair. Daniel is the king of rushes. Are we witnessing another one? He went from 8 bigs to 94 bigs in the span of about 45 minutes. Now having swapped stacks and taken the 2-1 chip lead. Top pair versus middle pair. Edgar looking a bit defeated at the moment. Can't say I blame him. Deuce is a brick. In comes another value bet. Unlike Edgar, Daniel knows top pair should be getting bet as many streets as possible while the board is this safe. Edgar will have to face a tough decision.
Nice. I like the decision from Daniel to continue barreling here. 1.1 mil into the middle, and Edgar with a very quick call.
Mr. Snap snaps it. 5 outs for him. That's not one of them, and it's extremely safe. No club, no heart, no over for the 10. This can be a 3rd street if Daniel chooses.
Whoa, Edgar's leading here for 2 mil, half pot.
Oh, that is way too big for a block bet. Edgar loosening up after losing the big one, and is going to get the bad news once again. Heads up, your middle pair is going to be good very frequently. Trying to charge ace highs and 5s. It's the kind of hand you want to go small with. Sort of that merge bet. Sometimes get called by worse. Don't really fold out better, but now he is down to 25 bigs, and there's a second milestone. Over 3-1 chip lead for Daniel. There are no more milestones really, but once again, these players are still deep enough. There is no reason to fret. Edgar simply could not do much, flopping a second pair there. But he has 25 bigs. There is no rush. The levels, despite being halved thanks to the deal being made, are nice and slow. $20,000 and The APT main event trophy is on the line. As Justin pointed out in chat, that's 12 buy-ins.
Here we go, pocket jacks now for Edgar, just going with the limp here on the 25 big blind stack. Daniel just checks it back.
Yeah, and Justin also pointing out in chat that the deal might have played a role in that 4-bet hand.
King 10-6, another huge flop. Daniel with the flush draw and gut shot. Edgar with a very strong middle pair here.
25 bigs.
600k fired.
I mean, this could be for stacks. If Daniel decides to check raise this.
I think his hand's a little bit too strong to be check raising. It's got a lot of showdown value here.
Don't forget the dynamic. Edward has been checking back a lot of flops. That being said, the board is wet. He's chosen to continuation bet. And it's good timing. He's charging for the draw, but it's a flip in terms of equities. All depends on what comes out on 4th Street. Crucial turn incoming. And it's a queen.
Wow. Not the card Daniel was probably hoping for, but Edgar does improve to an open-ender here. Just checks it back.
I will correct you, Sam. He actually downgrades to an open-ender from having the best hand, and therein lies a huge difference. Look at that, the check mark for Daniel. All the momentum his way, and I just don't see how this spot doesn't go Daniel's way, because the top card on the flop has paired up. Second pair is good enough to value bet here, which might just be incoming. This is getting tough to watch.
Yeah.
Jacks, no good.
I think if I was Daniel, I would be sizing up quite a bit here. I think Edgar's on a little bit of tilt. I think he can get quite a bit. Yeah, 900k going Daniel's way, and momentum shift after that first hand. This is only 3 hands. All 3 have been big pots, and all 3 have gone Daniel's way.
You made a great point there. Sizing up would be the right exploitative play. You got to take into account the metagame. Edgar has been quickly calling off light, as he does, and perhaps a meaningful milestone as well. 4.5 to 1 chip lead.
I'm not going to show you the hand anymore. No more scanning.
Mr. Snap versus Mr. Rush. Daniel in his second heater. He went first to worst, coming in as the chip leader. Then the shortest stack with 6 to go. Then back up to first position, vacuuming up chips, eliminating most of the players between 6th and 2nd place. Came to heads up, got down to a 2 to 1 chip deficit, and now 4.5 to 1 chip lead. Tons of support for Daniel in the chat. Edgar's rail perhaps a bit muted, understandable, but it is far from over. Sam and I have seen it all in the booth. 4.5 to 1 is frankly nothing.
No, he's definitely still in it. He's getting close to 20 big blinds now. Seems to be asking for the floor or something.
Some confusion.
Yeah. Our floor will be over to sort it out.
I think he's been alerted that we cannot see his cards every once in a while. There we go, 8-2's off. It's been limped too, so free flop on offer.
Jack 7-6. Goes check, check. Edgar picking up an open ender here.
Actually, it's a double gut shot, Sam. Oh, pardon me, not 3. 8-2's just an open ender. It's not even that late, I have no excuse, but the action has certainly driven me a bit loopy. Now, goes check, Check again. Another pickup for Daniel. 4 of 4.
Yep, 4 for 4.
How does it feel to be Daniel right now, knowing you're on a rush? 4 of 4 from the break. You have your opponent just on the ropes. Finishing moves are within reach. I don't think any of Daniel's roommates that remain with us in the chat are going anywhere anytime soon.
No, it could be over any hand now. They're getting to that sort of all the pocket pairs, and a lot of ace X and king X are just looking to get it in pre-flop. Edgar looks very defeated for a man who's won 235,000, I must say.
I agree, but you know, I get it.
Yep.
You get used to what you've scored, and that is the right attitude. All eyes need to be on the prize, but as a result, he also needs to find a good holding he can go with. 6-4 off is not going to cut it. Ace deuce on the flop. About 1:30 a.m. in San Francisco, where Daniel is from. About 11:30, I believe, in South Africa. AM, that is. Two very different time zones, two very different players, two very different rails.
There we go. Edgar's got one. Picking one up to put him at 20 big blinds.
We did have somebody point out in chat how we are going to have a quote-unquote non-Asian, that is somebody not from the Eastern Hemisphere, pick up the APT main event lion once again between these two. I, for one, think that's awesome. Renee Von Redden, who just joined chat. That's a coincidence. Our main event winner from APT Taipei, from Germany, and now either the US or South Africa. Renee, do tell me in chat, did you follow my rule about the trophy? Did it have its own seat? Sony in chat telling us Daniel Lee's Korean name. He's Korean American, of course. Not sure I know how to read that, but thanks for putting it in there.
Give it a go, Vidur. What does that say?
Daniel-san? I'm sorry. 18-88 now. Like I said, 4.5 to 1. Justin, I know. I was way off. Therein lies my ineptitude.
Now you're in trouble, Dan. Now you're in trouble. Your dealer's gone.
I'm always down for a longer battle.
Okay, folks, here we go. Hand number 114, Edgar getting in the mix with a limp. Daniel, happy to see a flop for free with a 9-deuce offsuit.
We're approaching that danger zone stack, around 10 bigs.
Yep. Jack 8-6 with 2 clubs.
Edgar should get a bit of a pickup here. Quick bet from Mr. Snap. No surprise, perhaps.
Yeah. Daniel just gets to get out of there. It's a bit big. Don't think Daniel can continue with the... Did he have a gut shot? 6, 7, 8, 9... No, not even gut shot. Okay.
That'll build your confidence in the commentators chat.
Yep.
Sometimes. If you've seen 10 days of poker like we have, mine does get a bit frazzled.
Yeah.
And a comment I perhaps have been waiting for the whole day.
There it is.
Joe Charles says, "Damn, Daniel."
Oh, that brings me back.
Memes need to be mentioned as much as we can. We are on the internet, after all.
Yep. Queen 3 of diamonds going for the limp from Daniel, and Edgar will raise the Queen Jack offsuit up here.
Catch a glimpse of Edgar's Facebook. Seems like family man, a fun dad. Wonder if his family's watching. Hello, if you are.
Yep. Takes it down, and Justin, good point. What is going on tomorrow? We will be covering at 11:40 a.m. local time the APT Super High Roller final day. Sorry, let me correct myself. Just the APT High Roller. We have already played the Super High Roller. Tomorrow will be the APT High Roller final day at 200,000 Filipino peso buy-in. Play down to a winner tomorrow.
The buy-in may be lesser, but versus the Super High Roller, equally prestigious trophy and offer. Another
Bronze.
APT Mega Lion.
Yes.
Mind you, there is APT Fukuok in about 48 hours, believe it or not. We will be flying to the beautiful island of Fukuok in Vietnam and kicking things off. Similar schedule, fewer mixed games due to regulations, but equal fun to be had. And there's a lot of Hold'em and PLO variants that our APT programmers have come up with.
Oh, wow. Daniel picking up pocket aces now on the button.
He has limped some weak holdings, so there we go. Balances out with the premium.
Edgar, a quick check back.
Clearly hasn't found a decent holding because he has been raising it up as well.
10-10-5 board. Daniel basically got a lock on this hand, but Edgar does not have much to continue with here. Check, check, turn. Queen of clubs. Goes for the bet and quick fold from Edgar. Daniel with a huge, what is this, 7-1 lead now.
Next level. 3 minutes away. 250, 500 with Edgar's stack. It is going to matter. Daniel, almost 92 big blinds.
You might look down at aces there and just go, I think that this might be the end. You know, you're definitely thinking this could be it. This could be it.
And even if you don't think this is the moment, you just have to think, I think this is just my tournament.
Yes. Here we go, though. Edgar picking up a suited ace here on the button, sitting on 19 blinds, I think, if my math is correct. Sorry, 14. Raises it up to 1 mil here. A little bit on the bigger side, but Daniel, a very strong hand here, 9-5 suited. Edgar flopping best here with bottom pair. Daniel does have a little wraparound here on the 10 with the backdoor flush draw. Just checks it back.
Trips for Edgar.
A very quick check.
Yeah, he's going to get value. Has a check mark with the best hand, so I suspect the comeback begins. 500k going Edgar's way. Check calls the trap in full motion, and now the 10 full house for Edgar. It's the kind of hand Daniel could consider bluffing when check to. But does Edgar check? Just fires it. Small bet with the small full house. Wants his opponent to call with maybe ace high, king high, but all the bluffs do get folded in this line taken. That being said, small pot is going to go his way, and it's much needed. So much of heads up is about momentum. All the momentum has been on Daniel's side, and now Edgar picking up an extra million or so in chips. 8 to 34 in terms of big blinds feels a lot better than 5 to 35.
Yes, it does.
A minor difference, but could be what he needs.
For one all in, he's like 16 to 27.
Yeah.
It's getting close to even stacks. It's just a couple medium-sized pots.
It's far from over. I'm sorry to tell all the supporters of Daniel from chat, but also, let's not forget, no doubt, Edgar's rail. Muted at the moment, watching. Hensley. 3 deuce, not low. Certainly qualifies as a fold on the button. There's the big blind ante in play, for those of you not as familiar with the dynamics. Means the button is still posting the full 500k as an ante, so there's a lot more to steal when you're on the button. The button is the small blind and heads up. Should affect play a lot. And by the way, we are going to be on the next level. Ace
Huge
10
hand.
off. Yeah, it's a monster. Oh, it's a limp. It's a trap once again. Edgar doesn't take the bait.
Ace, queen, 6. Daniel, very, very, very strong hand here. Top pair.
Renee in chat adding some insight about playing heads up in the main event, mentioning how in Type A he underestimated momentum. When he lost 5 to 6 hands in a row, he got really tired. That is definitely a common story. Edgar has been in essentially a similar spot. Has picked up the occasional pot, but is getting pummeled. A lot due to card distribution. That one hand he overplayed in the form of a bluff, which I really respected. 4-bet on the river. You don't see that every day. Ever since then, it has been a rough going. It was the first hand as we came back from the break, so he's played one full level on the back foot. René did comment earlier when we were talking about being tilted, despite having locked up 235k. René is like, 20k and the trophy is certainly worthy of tilt.
Yep, the banner, the prestige, everything, you know, and it's a main event win, right? Definitely a lot to worry about. What if you can just sit there, go, you know, I'm still in it, I'm still fighting, and worst case scenario, I go home $235,000 richer, and then just get back into it and get back to battle. Heads up is not easy.
Especially with these holdings, which is going to happen in heads up. You have to play most of your hands. Edgar takes it down with the stab, 10 high. To the extent we can detect some patterns, he does seem to bet absolute garbage in position. And actually, that's pretty useful heads up. You end up with absolute garbage on the flop so often. 4.5 to 1 chip lead still. 199 Chan in chat saying, calm, Edgar. Is that, I assume it means let's go, vamos kind of thing?
Yeah, must. All right, King 9, another very strong hand considering the stack depth. Not really wanting to get it all in pre though. Goes for the raise. 1.2 and takes it down.
By the way, Sam, as we wrap up what has been a fantastic festival in Manila, let me just shout out Manila itself. My first time here, yours as well, I believe. And I've been so impressed with the city. Obviously, given where we are, we've only seen the smallest sliver of it. I went out to BGC yesterday. I don't know if you've heard of the district. It sort of has a reputation of being the Manhattan of Manila, and I could not agree more. It was like a few square miles of one of the most modern cities I've seen in a while. Essentially, I feel like you've been transported into the future of Manila, and all kinds of restaurants and cafes, tons of corporate offices.
Yeah. How far away was that?
Not too bad. 20-30 minute ride. BGC it's called. I actually am a bit clueless about the full name, but if you haven't been down to Manila, I cannot recommend it enough if you're listening, watching. And part of the reason I mention it, and part of the reason I'm excited, is that the APT is coming back to Manila just in a few months, in February. In fact, after Fukuoka, which is in 2 days, it is going to be our next stop. So we are coming back with a bang, hopefully. The success of this festival and really the support from the players, including the locals. Let's not forget the two we had on the final table, Ferdinand Liu and John Costignano, certainly proving the mettle the local contingent has. We will be back in Feb. It's not officially announced yet, so don't tell anyone you heard it from me, but it will be soon, probably right after Fukuoka. We'll make the schedule, dates and such official, but stay tuned and follow us on the socials and the website. keep your schedule free as well.
Ooh, Edgar flopping trips here. Ace 4-4. Check calls a bet from Daniel, who's drawing basically dead here and is with the 10 of hearts on the turn.
Another trap.
See if Daniel goes for it. No, just checks it back, and a very dangerous turn for Daniel. Can Edgar find a bet here? Just checks it back. Daniel, not much to target here with the pair of jacks. Guess you can get some king highs.
He has to bet it. It's heads up.
Yeah, but Edgar doesn't have much to pay with. A lot of king high and pocket pairs are going to be reshoving pre-flop. So ace high, king high, and pocket pairs aren't really in Edgar's range.
This is Edgar we're talking about. Daniel, if he's seen some of the showdowns, knows Edgar is very capable of traps. And now the trap has been put into motion with the check raise coming in. All the grays are worth 1.5, so it's a tiny click back. Daniel should know he's beat here. This is so rarely a bluff, and he doesn't even have a bluff catcher, really.
Hard to think of a bluff here.
Let's it go. With Edgar's stack, bluffing is very difficult, so he does cross back 8 million in chips. Chip lead just over 4-1. Mr. 47 in chat says go to dinner in at Wolfgang's. Way ahead of you. Sam and I were both at actually an APT team dinner at Wolfgang's. We may have just, and by we I mean Victor Chong from the APT, may have just ordered the entire menu. And it really was fantastic.
Yeah, very, very generous of him. If you're watching, thank you very much once again.
Tomahawks.
Fantastic dinner.
Tomahawks everywhere.
Some nice folds for Daniel in the chat. Have to agree, it's a very good price. Edgar limping the king 5. Daniel, queen 10 offsuit, will check it back. Let's take a flop. Queen in the window. Daniel improving the top pair right away. Edgar snap check back. Turns himself an open ender. I don't see too much value in trapping for Daniel, as I don't think Edgar's been bluffing quite as often as you'd like to if you are going for the trap. 850, I think that was.
Edgar cannot go anywhere. Doesn't decide to semi-bluff, just will realize his equity. Kings, deuces, sevens, all save him, all live. That's not any of those cards. The 6 of spades. And he should have some comfort in terms of where he's at in the hand. Top pair is just going to be good so often. The question is whether he wants to bet it or hope for Edgar to bet some sort of a misdraw. Also, the 6 has paired up. Those check. King high good enough to show down for Edgar, but he will get the bad news. He's now once again down to 6.7. Mind you, 2 of those get posted every time in terms of blinds. So his 13 big blind stack or so. There we see it, 14 to be precise. Will be at risk now. We're in that all-in or fold territory. Edgar's been there before. He has navigated without jamming too lightly. I can't blame him, but he is obviously a bit tired. These players have reached here after battling, grinding, sweating for 5 days.
Daniel jamming the king deuce of clubs. Edgar has to let it go with the jack 7.
For the dealers, roller day 1, chip raise for 100.
There could be a lot of this incoming. So much easier to follow the charts to the extent you know them or intuit them. Jam hands such as king highs. When you have all the chips, you can afford to lose a few or gamble it up. Daniel can just absolutely pummel Edgar's stack until Edgar takes the stand. And there's a stand, ace high. Easy all in from the button. Does Daniel have something to call? Jack 6, not so much.
All right, queen 7 of hearts. Daniel.
Just a limp. We saw him trap aces like this, so Edgar has to be worried, but queen 8 off actually just about made the cut for a jam to try and preserve his blinds. Now he's going to the flop, out of position. 2 blinds in there, 5.7 left in his stack. That's 11.5 bigs. Goes check, check. No steal attempt yet, and now the ace comes out. This isn't a chop yet, mind you. Daniel has 29 outs, as we can see up top, whatever that means. And a quick stab by Edgar.
Daniel's got a really nice hero call hand, but wow, manages to find a way out. Right, Edgar shouldn't have king X, ace X, as they should be going all in pre-flop at a very high rate. So queen high does rate to be the best unpaired hand a lot of the time.
There we go, Edgar above 7 million once again. 15 to 71. Has been hovering around those 4.5 big blind chip deficit mark, and it's not easy to be there. Has shown tremendous patience.
Yeah, we do see the chips kind of hover around the same mark quite often in heads up, with like a couple outliers just going one way or the other.
An ace for Edgar, and he just limps. And an ace for Daniel as well. A shocking limp, considering what we were just discussing, Sam. He should be jamming even at the 13 big blind range, and now he's been jammed into with ace 3 off. Does he know he has to call it off?
Yeah, he's got to call it off. It most likely will be a chop.
He's let it go.
Oh, wow.
Maybe not much of a difference in terms of the likely outcome. The ace 3, if it jammed, ace 5 would have called, likely a chop, but Edgar does find a way to lose a blind there, and I must say this is going to be way too weak if he does have to check fold, or rather limp fold the ace 3 off. You don't get an ace often enough in heads up.
No, on this stack depth you should be fighting tooth and nail for every big blind. An ace heads up on this stack depth is just so strong. Daniel with the king 8 of clubs here.
He can easily jam this, but he has been limping as well. This is not the kind of hand he wants to limp with, and now jack 9 off, 2 big blinds in there, about 11 left, has to let it go.
Yeah.
With the antes, any king is certainly good enough to jam and try and steal them, especially when you can afford to take the hit in Daniel's shoes. So he has been playing it perfectly. 12 to 74 now, a new milestone perhaps, 6 to 1.
All right, King 10 offsuit for Edgar. Very strong hand sitting on 11 blinds.
Oh, he's limped again. He's trapping with the king.
I don't mind it, because then you get Daniel in here. You got him dominated, and King 10 easily strong enough to limp and call a shove.
Do risk going below 10 bigs or so. I must say, at like the 15 big blind mark, I do agree with you, but Edgar continuing his style of play, and now Daniel with the absolute air could maybe start to pay off Edgar. Edgar's bet top pair. Can't say I blame him, but this would end the hand. As it does. Oh, he's just finishing his bet for the moment. Line is 500,000. 12.5 starting stacks. King Jack for Daniel, good enough to jam once again, surely, and he does jam. And Queen 7 of clubs, tough once again for Edgar.
Yeah, it's that sort of computer hand, but it is suited, so it's like 50%.
Oh, he's calling it.
Oh, my goodness.
This is it. King Jack versus Queen 7 Edgar. Looking for Queen 7 or clubs to try and find the double. Otherwise, Daniel could take it all.
All right, take it away, Greg.
Covering Edgar. Edgar calls with Queen 7 suited. Is behind Daniel's King Jack offsuit. Edgar needs to find a queen or a 7 or a bunch of clubs for his tournament life. When you're ready, dealer. The flop. The flop is ace 9 4, 2 diamonds. King high is ahead right now. Edgar needs a queen or a 7. 6 outs. The turn is the 4 of clubs. No help to Edgar. Needs a queen or a 7 for his tournament life here at APT Manila main event. Dealer, the river. The Jack of clubs, folks, give it up for your runner-up of the APT Manila main event, Edgar Antizana from South Africa. Pleasure. And folks, your APT Manila main event champion from USA, it is Daniel Lee! Congratulations, Daniel. Daniel, stay with me. Stay in this moment. Daniel, you won. You did the thing.
It feels so surreal.
Tell me about your journey through this final table. You came in as the chip leader. You're exiting as the chip leader. How was that journey?
I'll be honest, I got pretty lucky. I think heads up, I didn't play it that well, but in the end, we grinded it down, we persevered, and came away with the victory. So, yeah.
And you told me that you've only been playing poker for a year, a little less than a year. Yeah. Tell me about your journey with poker. What got you started? How has the journey been? You've been studying a lot.
Yeah, previously I was back in college and high school. I gamed professionally. I always loved games. Always got to the top. And I also love markets. I love risk. I love betting. I love that type of stuff. So poker's a great mix of those two. I love the game. I have a deep passion for the game. It's so fun. It's so exhilarating. This deep run makes it so worth it. All the griefs and stuff. But yeah, this is insane. This is insane. Yeah.
And you were telling me yesterday that this win would mean to you. It would mean that it would kind of validate all the work you've put into poker the past year. Do you feel like you've made it now that you're holding the lion in your hands?
I mean, I guess so.
Amazing! Folks, give it up one more time, please, for your APT Manila main event champion from USA. It is Daniel Lee!
Bring on the confetti. We have a champion. It is Daniel Lee from the US, from the Bay Area to be precise, and it's time for the champagne to be popped. Unbelievable run. The man started playing poker in January, but perhaps his commitment to esports coming to his aid, and said he's a lover of risk and markets. Poker combining all of it as Greg pops the champagne. A worthy champion to say the least, but GG from the booth as well to Edgar and Tazana from South Africa. What a fantastic cohort of players we had coming into the final table, and certainly coming into heads up. It was a tough battle. It wasn't the longest of battles or the longest of final tables, but that just means we had crazy action, and this man, in the flip-flops mind you, eliminated most of the field to become the eventual champion.
Yeah, absolutely insane. 255,000 USD going home to America with that massive golden lion. Always nice to see. He's going to spend the next half hour of his life drinking champagne, soaking in the moment, taking pictures, doing interviews. He's going to have an absolute time.
We see the rail go wild. USA, USA is being chanted along with congrats, Daniel. Well deserved.
Yeah.
November 10th, APT Online main event. US dollar $20 million guaranteed, the biggest ever. Mine is only 800 US. Once again, right, November 10th, APT Online main event. Only $20 million US dollar guaranteed, biggest ever you ever had. Mine is only 800. If you are interested, you can get it to Natural Aid or GG.com.
With that, we are coming to a close on our penultimate day of streaming. We will be back. I'm pretty sure you heard those announcements. That is the high roller still available for entry. Hopefully see Daniel Lee or Edgar jump into there straight away. I doubt it though. I think you need some time to relax after that. Unless you're just an absolute sicko, been playing 15 years, and you just jump straight into the high roller, and we see you once again tomorrow on the stream.
Well, don't forget, we do have the high roller coverage tomorrow. But for now, let's just soak in. These 9 finishers came in today, and eventually Daniel Lee from the US shipped the top prize, 255,000 or so richer, not to mention the proud owner of the latest APT Golden Mega Lion Trophy. Daniel, and to all of Daniel's friends watching in chat, better follow my advice. No main event winner has, but its own seat on the flight back to the Bay Area, please. And maybe perhaps in the card room that I actually grew up playing in, Lucky Chances in San Francisco. I hope to see the APT Lions standing strong. That does wrap up what has been 4 days of coverage. Sam, 5 days of grinding for these players in the main event. That's one in the books. But before we sign off, don't forget, we're just about 48 hours away from APT Fukuoka. Kicks off 8th of November. Sam and I will be flying there directly. We better hope to see you on your flights as well. That does wrap up our coverage for the main event. Any final thoughts on what has been a quick, action-packed, but an amazing main event, Sam?
You know, that was a very quick final table video. A lot of action, a lot of very well-played poker. It was very fun to see a crazy heads-up match, and once again, another newcomer to poker taking down the main event. It could be you. Come on down to Fukuoka. 1,500 main event, 25 billion Vietnamese dong guarantee. Hope to see you there.
It could be you. No better words to end on, and that's Greg Goes All In saying goodbye from the booth. We'll see you tomorrow for our final day of streaming and in Fukuoka in person. For now, good night and see you tomorrow.
Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.